All right, we're live.
Hello.
Yeah, you got the robot voice on again.
Help, you can't hear me.
Hang on, I'll just turn the music down.
It's a good job I wasn't farting or anything, isn't it? All that time.
Hello,
Hello.
hello.
Can you hear me, or am I doing the robot thing again like I was on But It Says?
I can sort of hear you. Hold on. Nah, not really. Nah. Yeah, it sounds like a robot.
Fucking hell, what's going on with my phone? That
I don't know.
sucks.
You've got Dean's audio.
Oh no. Oh man. Maybe I need a new phone. Shit.
All right. So, can you hear me still? That's cool. Yeah, that's weird. Long distance.
Yeah, maybe.
Well, there
I
we
could.
go. That's nice and clear.
Is that
That's
better now?
awesome.
Oh
Yeah,
right.
that sounds heaps good.
How bizarre is that?
How bizarre.
Yes. I just it's not letting me look at the comments, unfortunately, even though you showed me how to do it, because it says I've got to sign in with my account, and I'm gonna have to look at how I do that. Because I don't want to just go willing. I know it's only you, but I don't know if anyone else can get in there. So I'm just gonna be
Yeah.
careful.
No, it's all good.
Don't go signing in randomly with my Google account. I don't know how things
Yeah.
work with this. But I
No, well,
did see. Go on.
I was going to say my chat just tripped out just before as well.
Oh, did
So,
it?
yeah.
Mm. I did
Oh,
see that
well.
Bob says that he's been saving other people's accents while I've been out and about, which is cool. Yeah, that makes sense. But I didn't think I'd done much recording while I was out and about. That's the bit that gets me.
Yeah, I don't know what he's fucking listening to.
Where's he heard that? I do most of my shit in the garden. Where have I recorded stuff? I did do a rant. I've done a couple of rants while I've been out walking, but I've never ever put them up. You know, when I've like literally just seen a video away home from work and I'm like, fucking, rah! And then I fucking ranted it all out and then just been like, nah, I'm not putting that up.
Yeah, no, what's he say? You know, I saved other people's accents in your local area too when you were out walking so I could find out. Yeah,
Mm.
no, that's not creepy at all, is it?
No, I think it's clever. I think it's really good. Like, yeah, that's how you do it, isn't it? That's how the fucking shit goes. But I'm like thinking, when have I been out walking while he's heard me talking? I can't remember. Maybe he'll tell me.
No.
Freaky.
What time is it over there?
Bang on 7 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, fuck, really?
Yeah, but it's all right though because I've been on my recuperation this week. I wagged it from work because I fell on my head. So and then I went back to work and I shouldn't have done. So then I decided fuck that and I've not gone back to work for a bit. I'm not going to go back till after Christmas now.
Yeah, I was going to say, it'd be pretty much close to breaking off for Christmas now.
Well, yeah, but
This
it was like going to be a sweet week, you know, just the pub. We were literally going to do the pub parties and some movies and popcorn
I
and
like
shit.
the catch
Right.
up with the work Christmas parties.
Yeah, just like just chilling the whole week, and I'm missing out on the lot, but never mind.
Yeah, I had nearly 2 weeks off a couple of weeks ago.
Nice.
Like as a full freshen up for Christmas.
It makes a difference.
Oh, fully, yeah.
It's a whole
It's
different experience. It's a different existence, isn't it? When you've had a proper night's sleep after not having one properly for ages, it's like fucking hell.
Yeah, well, I work all sorts of random hours.
Mm.
So it's like, yeah, that was just perfect leading into Christmas. Like, yeah.
Yeah,
Sometimes I work morning shifts and then others and then fucking graveyards, all
yeah.
sorts of weird shit.
Well, that's it. I mean, but it's like you can make it work for you like that. It just takes effort, doesn't it? And after a bit, like you have to give it a break after a bit with that. But like for me, while I've been recuperating, I've been doing like 4 hour sleeps and then waking up and then going back to sleep after 4 hours again. And it's the only way I've managed to catch up on my sleep, but it's been fucking amazing. So yeah, I'm fresh as a daisy, like.
Yeah. No, I'm literally just cracking a beer over here.
Well, I can as well. I'm free to do so because my kid stayed at my sister's last night, so she's taking him to school. I've got the whole morning. I don't have to worry about it till like this evening. So
cool, we'll run amok for fucking ages.
Exactly. This is my time. If I don't do it now, I won't get a chance to do it all day. So yeah, I'm gonna have a fucking White Claw.
So these is good times because like nobody sees what happens in the States.
What
so
this
they're
time?
all
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
they're all like well and truly fucking faded out by now.
It's all the really late night people who are left.
Yeah.
That's how I met Evil, innit? Like, fucking nutter. Like,
yeah, I don't know what the fuck was going on in that stream before. I couldn't hear audio.
Yeah, that's weird, isn't it? I only got there right at the end, though. I only saw the money.
Oh, yeah, I wasn't there for heaps long, but I was like, I don't know if I was still connected to my fucking Bluetooth speaker headphones or
yeah, probably.
It's like I just kept asking, is there audio? Fucking
it was right funny. It was like, oh yeah, there is, isn't there? It's like, yeah.
Fuck. Oh,
It was funny when I just turned it on and it was just Murray dancing to the Mario. It was good.
So I don't know how that fucking dude does 7-hour streams. Jesus Christ.
Who? Murray?
No, with it, but it's like the other night.
The 7-hour because everyone came, so it was like open house, wasn't it? So he gets half an hour out of everyone, then that's going to be 7 hours. You know what I mean? And then he had more than half an hour out of most people. So yeah. There's enough people.
I was gonna say it's like I've usually on those longer ones I've usually hung around them. And you don't really notice that it's just like the whole day's just fucking gone by.
I remember them days. I ain't been to one of them streams forever where I've just been there for 7 hours.
But it's like now you try to re-watch them and it's like, fuck, like this is going to take me like a week. Like,
I know. So like after it all happened, I was like, people were telling me, oh, this bit happened and that bit happened. And I was like, this is going to be perfect for the advent calendar. I need to go and get all these little snippets, like 30-second snippets. I was like, fuck it. I downloaded it. I'm not gonna fucking watch it. I can't be 7 hours.
So man, it's so different. Like I never used to rewatch them. It was like you were just sort of there. Like
it's just a thing that happens and then it goes off into the ether, doesn't it? You never think about it again. Like
no, I've tried to watch these last 2 7 hours. And it's like fuck. They take just like they take 7 hours.
Yeah, the last time I watched a stream back that was of any length was when we were first getting friends with Ricardo, and he was doing that stream where he started talking about Carl, and when he used to get the camera going round, and he used to turn it off for Carl, and about all the Q-tips when he first started saying about the Q-tips in the house, and I was in stitches, and I just watched the whole thing because it was fucking hilarious. But the thing is, as well, you can skip with Ricardo because he'll do like whole sections of gameplay where he doesn't say anything. So you can just be like, yep, there's another 45 minutes down, sweet. And then like pretty like
I've figured out that trick too. But then half the time I'd come back and he's like halfway through saying something. And it's like, oh fuck, like I've got to scrub backwards and then I go too far. And it's like, it's easier just to sit in there.
And I don't know about you, but for me it's like I'm not getting any of the transcripts, or very rarely do I get the comments coming back on a replay on these things. It's not showing up for me.
Sometimes they take, if it's a really long stream, they seem to take like the next day.
Yeah, but even then I'm not getting them.
Yeah, you've got to push across the tab.
There's 2 little dots, isn't there? But there's not always
when it's up, like. But that's what I mean. Like sometimes the long ones, they do take like it seems like a day or two before it goes up. But yeah, you're better off just waiting for that because otherwise you're missing out on half the shit. Like
exactly, but they don't ever seem to fucking turn up for me. That
so,
or maybe I'm just impatient.
Yeah, well, I didn't know about that you had to scroll across from the chat or the comments to
It
find
was
the
when they
chat.
did that update, wasn't it, recently? When they changed everything up in YouTube. That's when that happened.
That's for sure caught a bunch of fucking people out, for sure.
Yeah. I've missed loads of chats since. I think that's probably when I stopped watching things back as much, because it was just too much effort to try and work out. Was it?
So it was
So
me
what
who
happened?
Hey, Vol, it's me who noticed the Q-tips first. Well, how come you didn't notice fucking Dawson, whatever the fuck's names, teaspoons in his feral sink?
What?
Hey, how come you never said nothing about that, Vol?
He's got teaspoons in his sink. You should see my fucking sink. Jesus Christ. Teaspoons? He's
No.
got...
It was like, it was fucking ages ago. He's
This
put
one's
these
got tin can in it. Mine. It's got a fucking tin can from when I fed the cats. I haven't put it in for recycling yet.
Oh yeah, I'm sure there was more than teaspoons in it. Like, it looked totally fucked.
Oh man, yeah. That's
He's
funny.
like showing him making a coffee, and it's like just like peeling through the sink trying to find a fucking spoon. But yeah, no, that didn't even get a rate, did it, Vol? You can have a chuckle with him sometimes.
Oh yeah. That's brilliant. I've banned one of his accounts, but not his other one, and I've just kept it like that because one, YouTube's weird like that, and probably won't unban him. And secondly, I think it's just funny.
Yeah, I've banned about 6 of them.
Yeah, so he can
I
talk on
don't
his
know.
white one, but not his black one.
Yeah, I don't know what color. I was banning them fucking way back before they were coloured Volks.
Yeah, in fact, Volp's done the coloured thing before Slotham did. So we had like Volp the black and Volp the white.
Yeah, dodgy fuck. Yeah.
I mean, Volp, you gave Doshin his first break, really, because I think, from what I remember, Doshin first came out with all his alts, doing all the stuff with Volp and the Volp family. And do you remember that? Like Ray Volp and May Volp. And
Yeah,
can't
A,
remember the
B, C Volt, B Volt. I reckon. I thought the best ones were like the Diet Coke, like Diet Coke Volt.
I never saw that one.
Yeah, that was around for a while. It was like, oh, you'd see a fake one, and it's like, yeah, no, that's just a Diet Coke Volt. That's not real. But I don't know. I don't even really worry about half the old Sadie. I think the way I dealt with them was just I pretended it was all Uyamika. Just fucking don't worry about them.
Mm-hmm.
So
everyone just loves it. They love to pick apart my strategy and be like, you think everyone's Lewis and you think everyone's Cyan and you think everyone. The other one was, so there's a Cyan, Lewis, and there was one other one I can't remember. Probably Doshin. But it's just like I just go through the same 3, and it's like
it's one
because
of them.
you might get one of them, you might get by. And they just think through that you just think everyone is that person. You're like, no, I'm just even in my first level scrutiny, like, just finding out which one of the 3 it is.
Yeah, it's probably all fucking 3 that you're thinking of.
Yeah, there's probably 3 of them, yeah, and they're just all in the chat on the same account. You can't tell. And this is what people don't take into account, I think, or they expect you, or they come in with their alts and they think they can do it the same as everywhere else. And you're like, no, mate, there's about 30 people in here, tops. Like, you're not going to get away with it the same way that you get away with it.
Oh, not even. There would be like maybe 5 or 6 people
who were actually chatting. Yeah, like
yeah, and then it's just like this just random troll running through alts. It's just like, yeah, okay, like.
And after I called out Elder, I knew that he'd go quiet for a bit because that's what he does. And I knew that new alts would pop up as soon as that happened, and they did. Like, we got like 3 or 4 new alts pop up a day after I called out an Elder.
Yeah, that I've never had a real good beat on who that is. To tell
I
you
did
the
it. I
truth.
did it one time. I think when he first turned up, I was like, "Oh, that's that person," because it came so quickly after another person disappeared. But I can't fucking
Mm,
for the life of me remember who it was. I was thinking that the other day. I was like, "Yeah, I remember. I knew who that was." Just like I knew who it
yeah.
was when he changed back in the day when he came in as Evil Knievel and he'd been someone else first, and I knew. I said this to him. I was like, "I knew who you were," because I remember thinking, "Oh, I bet that's that person."
See,
Um,
I'm sure I can remember seeing that, but it could have just been a different wording of that Legend of Nelda. But ages ago, like I don't know, everyone was saying it was cyan and shit, and it's like, no, it was fucking around ages ago when everything was like when everyone was cool and everything was different. But it may have just been a different spelling.
Nelda, okay, yeah. I
You know,
mean,
like it
Nelda's
because it's a
been around
long
for a
one.
while.
Like, sorry.
I say Nelda has been around for a while. I mean, I do think that Nelda was around from like the Amico times, from before we all fell out and stuff. I think.
Yeah, I can't. I just remembered, but it's could have just been Nelda jokes. Yeah, it's been fucking ages.
No, because it was like Nelda's taco, wasn't it? Do you remember?
Yeah, yeah, and different variations of it. Like it's always been there.
Yeah, I wonder if Nelda's taco was Nelda, the Legend of Nelda. Probably was.
I don't know. Jump on Mike and tell us Volt.
Oh yeah, is Mike about? Come on, Mike.
Oh no, I was saying jump on Mike Volt and tell us who it is.
Oh, on the mic. Oh, right, yeah. Oh, it'd be great if Falk came on. Why won't you? He says that he's a super famous person in another realm, and so therefore he doesn't want to
Like
show his voice.
like Chris Chan.
Yeah, or UK-based guy. So you're like, well,
Well, I don't know if it was from being too famous or it was for too gangster. Isn't
it's Guy
that
Ritchie himself.
he'll type it up, isn't it? Because your boss is gonna hear you. Well, that's what I've always been told. He's
No one can
gangster,
match the original. Yeah, come
not
and show
super.
us.
We could easily recognize you. Yeah, right. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm like,
Cool.
is it from the Silver Screen Vault? If we guess, will you tell us? I reckon you're David Dickinson from Cash in the Attic.
Is that just some UK show?
Yeah, he's just some guy. Yeah, he just
Some
permatan TV
some
show.
fucking weatherman or something on some
Yeah, pretty
amateur.
much. Yeah, he just does antique selling. Bit of a G, bit of a Del boy. I don't know if you guys have. I really wanted to do an Only Fools and Horses thing which is a UK thing about this guy who does like ducking and diving and proper dodgy dealing and stuff like that. And I really wanted to do one for Ricardo when he got
Yeah,
found out for doing that, selling to that woman or
yeah.
whatever.
He's steptoe.
Oh, he is. He is. And Doshin's fucking Harold or whatever his name is.
Yeah, I can't remember the son's
I
name.
think he's called Harold. I think it is because like Harold.
How Harold?
Doshin's Harold. But yeah, I didn't think anyone would get the Only Fools and Horses apart from possibly Volp. So I was just like, oh, fuck it. I won't bother.
Yeah,
Sadly.
no, we did have that show, but it's pretty fucking old.
Yeah, it's not aged brilliantly, but some of it's brilliant. Like, still, it's a bit of an institution over here, especially at Christmas. Or it used to be.
Well, heaps of our TV was all UK.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, a lot of it. A lot of the kidsy sort of stuff when we were younger was.
There was a massive symbiosis, wasn't there? Yeah, we had a lot of Australian stuff, to be honest. Because we had like Round the Twist and we had, what's the other one that we had? Fucking Pug World. Do you remember him? Did you have that? Or was that just an export for us? I wonder.
Nah, we had like Round the Twist and stuff. Like that was pretty cool.
Mm.
They were all based on those books.
Yeah, Around the Twist is fucking amazing for kids.
Those Paul Jennings books.
Oh, I never read any of them.
Oh, they were all heaps good when you were a kid.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
yeah, they were really good books, like kind of like Roald Dahl books, but Aussie style.
Yeah, and they're like proper cheeky, aren't they? There's like all the characters and stuff with the mayor and the guy who's the other kids and stuff. That's like a running.
Yeah, they were cool little books for when you were a kid. Like, and some
Yeah.
of them were a bit weird, like they had twists and turns in them.
Yeah. They were all a bit weird, like the one where his mouth disappears and like in the Matrix. It's like a bit when it came on the Matrix, just came into my head straight away when I saw that in the Matrix. I was like, it's that bit from Round the Twist.
Yeah, I still remember the theme, like, but we had like older shows, like fuck, what was that? Scarecrow.
Oh God, Wurzel Gummidge! No
Fuck,
shit.
yeah.
I wondered.
Yeah.
I've got the Wurzel Gummidge bed sheet right from when I was a kid, and it's creeped me out. I don't know why my mum got me it. It's really creepy, and I remember I've still got it. And I was like, umming and ahhing whether to put it on for my kid because I was like, oh, it's like someone gave it, like my brother gave it back to me ages ago, and I was like, how the fuck have you still got this?
Fuck, that's pretty random.
I know, and then I felt like I had to use it, so I've put it on, and my kid hasn't even noticed. He's just like, doesn't even notice it. Just like a blur on the thing. He didn't care, but it's creepy as fuck. I can't believe that even was promoted as a kids show. It's proper weird.
Yeah, fully. Hey, like, and he comes to like, he turns back into a scarecrow when the parents come back around and shit. Like,
yeah,
it's fucking pretty sketchy.
And all that stuff to do with Aunt Sally and stuff. It's just really mad, and it's really trippy. Like, there's bits where it's like a fever dream and stuff in it, and it's just, you can tell they've pushed it.
Honestly, I probably haven't watched that since I was fucking 5 or 6.
Like, yeah, well, we watched it because my dad really liked it. My dad obviously like vibed off it, and so we ended up watching it. But I didn't watch it for years, and then I think I watched some of it maybe when my friend had kids. So that was like 10 years ago or something, and we ended up watching it back, and it was just mental.
Like, I still remember watching, because like on, say, our ABC, we'd get like Young Ones and stuff.
Oh yeah, Young Ones. Fucking hell, that was a good one.
And then you'd get like a Mr. Bean episode.
Yeah. Did you get Red Dwarf?
Yeah. Sweet. Yeah, we did. Yeah. But I was watching that anyway. Like,
yeah.
Yeah, that was pretty good. I've watched all of that shit. Or maybe some of the newer stuff I didn't get, I think.
Fuck that shit, yeah. The new series, I don't think they're very much the new series, but there was a series. I stopped watching it. I was a proper Red Dwarf. I was proper into Red Dwarf when I was...
I think it's only like a couple of episodes.
No, there's like 2 or 3 series that I won't entertain, basically. Anything after like series 7, I'm like, fuck that. Anything that Kachansky comes back into, because it's just fucked up. And they got rid of that other guy, didn't they, as a writer? So I was just like, nah. But then they did a series, and it was either like a couple of years ago or something like that. And
yeah, like Red Dwarf 10 or something.
Yeah, it was all right. You know, it had it was good. You know, I had to be convinced by someone to watch it, but then when I did, I was glad I did. So.
Yeah. Oh no, fuck, that was good at the start. Those probably the first like 5 DVD. Yeah, I remember watching them back to front, the DVDs.
Me and my mates watch them. I used to watch them before school and stuff. Just stick one on.
Yeah. Well, it wasn't that hard. I didn't have them back then in school. Like, that was...
Yeah, we had them on video.
DVDs.
I had like a box
we just
videos.
I was going to say, we'd just catch them on TV, and then it was like years later when I saw all the proper DVDs. It was like, oh, fuck yeah. Like,
yeah, it's right good.
So actually, I had some of that dreadlock, like, what's his name? Charles.
Oh, Craig
Charles. His stand-up. Yeah, I had some of his stand-ups. It's literally just, it's just all like toilet humor.
Yeah, I agree about. Like, he does the radio. He's a radio DJ now. He's like not famous, but that's his thing now. He just does that. He's just like an institution. He does the full. Yeah, on like, I think it's Radio 5 over here. You might be able to get it actually. It's a digital one, and he does it the Craig Charles Funk and Groove Hour or whatever it is. Well, that's what it started as. I think he's on quite regular now, so I think he might be on all the time. But it's always like funk and stuff. It's right good. Funk and soul.
Yeah. Oh,
And then he did Takeshi's Castle, didn't he?
Sorry, I missed that one.
He did Takeshi's Castle for ages. He did the narration. He was the guy doing the narration for Takeshi's Castle, so that's what made it so good.
Oh, really? Like your UK version of it?
Yeah, he did all the narration, so he'd put all the like jokes and visual things in and his little stuff at the end. It was right good. He always used to do a thing at the end of like, my dad always used to say to me and stuff like that, and put these little bits in, which just made it right good. It made it into
I didn't realise that was him that did the Takeshi's Castles.
Yeah.
We just had him on that was it the Robot Show?
Oh yeah.
It was like on that for fucking years.
Yeah, I used to love Robot Wars. We used to put 2Ps on.
That's the one, Robot Wars.
Have you seen BattleBots though? That's pretty fucking cool. The current one, the American one.
Nah. I don't really watch that much TV.
No, I mean it's been a few years. It was when my kid was still a baby, like a little baby. I'm still watching. I don't watch TV anymore. Although I might get it again for when I start streaming, because I'm going to put World's Strongest Man on, like I was saying the other day. So I'm going to do
What
that.
is that? Are you going to go to that?
No, well, they do have it over here in the summer, but I missed all the events. I mean to do it every year, and I always bloody forget. I've managed to make it to one of them before.
I was going to say, because that big Eddie, what's his name? That big
Eddie
Hall fella, he loves fucking social media. Like, he'll let you get on stream.
Oh, true. Yeah, well, I've not even thought about content. Oh, yeah.
You know, the guy that always wins it. Like,
yeah. Well, he's a pundit now, isn't he? He does. Well, the last one, he was just doing talking, but he was training to do something with Thor, wasn't he?
He might have just been injured, because I still think he's around.
Training? No, he's in training for something else. He's not doing World's Strongest Man anymore. He's doing something else, like Mr. Universe or something with and he's going against Thor. Yeah, he's doing something like that. I'm sure
like he just looks like a big fat dude, eh? But then they see him, he lifts up like 1,000 fucking kilos and shit, and it's like, oh Christ! Like,
and he had a right personality as well, so they marketed it. You know, if you've got a good, it's like wrestling as well, isn't it? If you've got that good personality, that is a big way to win in it. No matter, I think maybe psychologically and otherwise, because the guy who won it last year is the Scottish dude, so it's his brother. So do you remember? Fucking hell, I always forget their names. There's two brothers, and I've watched the older brother for years, and he was always one of those guys who always, like, you know, always the bridesmaid, never the bride, and he always knew he might in a few years get his year, and you were kind of
not the younger Fury fella.
No, it's what are they fucking called?
Because he's a fucking tool.
No, he's not on there. I've not seen him on there.
No. I got lost. I had a cane about 5 minutes ago.
Oh, sweet. Yeah, I'm still chunking on there. But, you know, they were called the fucking... I forgot what they're called. Maybe Volt knows. But, yeah, it's like an institution over here. Everyone watches it at Christmas, between Christmas and New Year. So I was, like, going to try and stream it.
Maybe Eddie it was so popular.
Over here? Like, well, in my...
Yeah.
Am I maybe not with the modern kids? Well, it used to be a thing, and then maybe like early 2000s it kind of dropped off. And then this guy took over. I've forgotten his name as well, but him and his mate took over, and they've like revamped it and rebranded it and made it like that Giants thing. And that's when Eddie turned up with this new guy and all the new. I think the guy used to be like one of the guys from the old days in the early 2000s, because it was like a completely different format. And he was the guy who used to do all the safety checks and stuff. You know, the guy who was like, right, drop. You know what I mean? That guy.
Yeah. I never watched much of him. I don't know the personalities.
Yeah, he's just like, you've always got a guy who's like, you know, the ball boy. You know what I mean? Who gets everything and puts everything in place. And he was one of them. And I think he's just got a shit ton of money, and he's just bankrolled the whole thing and like revamped it and made it into this like amazing thing. So it's more popular than
Alright,
it was.
so here we go. We got a couple of fucking tools in the chat. What's going on here?
I can't see. Who have we got?
Bloody, we've got a Jason Santiago face, so that's cool. Do I have to fucking ban you, Elbow? Is that what's gonna happen, champ?
Oh, Albo, what you doing, man?
What a tool.
I thought we were civil.
Yeah, I don't know.
What's he saying?
He's just being a fuckwit.
Yeah, just because you're jealous, you'd never be on World's Strongest Man, World's Strongest Shrimp.
I seriously don't understand Elbow spewing about me having fucking banned him. I've been banned on that dickhead's channel for like 6 months.
Oh man, the hypocrisy. The hypocrisy.
It's like straight up. And then like he'll jump on Dean's stream and tell me to like jump on, and I'm like, I'm not fucking jumping on. Like that's not happening.
No, that's it.
But it's like unblock me on your channel and I'll just jump in the comments. Like, what the fuck?
It's like an old nanny goat. You know, just kind of like bleating at you again. Oh, go on, give him a tin can to shut him up.
Well, that's what I meant. Like, I can't tell if it's just a troll, like, or if he is upset.
No, I doubt he's really upset.
No, he'll just jump on another fucking alt.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it's interesting to see which ones they are, though, isn't it? You get to do the whole School of Rock blackboard thing where you can just write all the threads coming off each person if you could be arsed. It would be cool to do that, actually, but I can't be arsed.
Like one of those fucking FBI boards with all the strings fucking leading
You'd have
from
a whole
the face.
section for Doshin, a section for Volt, a section for Albert. Just do it all with strings, yeah. It'd look really cool.
It's fucking nuts. So, Albo, I was right. Hey, you were living up near that fucking intersection before, huh? And moved down to the shopping centre. He puts up some old vids, and there's ones back at the intersection.
Back in the olden days.
Yeah, back at his old crib. Oh, fucking hell. Man, there's been some gnarly fucking crazy streams going down lately, eh?
I've been out of it, completely out of it. I mean, obviously I went to Buttocks for a bit.
Yeah, I thought that was going to end up in fireworks.
No, well, we were all there, and I was proper. Do you know what? When Albert wanted to go on, when we were going to do the song, I was like, that proper touched my heart. To be honest, I was just like, yes.
Yeah, that was cute.
Sweet. Yeah,
that was so sweet of you, Albo.
it was. You touched my heart. I wonder what he would have sung.
I don't know. I'll give it to him. He thinks pretty quick.
Yeah. Well, that's what I mean. But it would have been something about me being a cunt, probably, even though it would have been quick.
Oh, no doubt. Or fucking, it would have had something sort of a dick rhyme in it or something.
If we do it, he has to go before me so I can answer to him in my one.
Yeah, whatever. That'll take a while.
Yeah, it'll take a bit of doing, won't it?
I reckon the first one off the fucking rank is Fault. Because he's got Albro is a good entertainer. Yeah, okay, cool. Just about choked on my cigarette then. Oh, Jesus, eh?
Well, that's why he's got away with it.
Hey?
That's why he's got away with it up to a point with me, because he has. I said that in my video. Because he does occasionally entertain.
Yeah, and I give him that too.
Yeah.
It's actually what looks a little bit ugly. It doesn't look like Dean's got much recognition for his tier list.
Oh, good. I haven't watched it. Yeah.
Yeah. It's pretty fucked.
They've always had that tier list anyway in their heads, so it's nothing new to me.
Yeah, I know, but it's like they're all going to fight over who came up with this shit hot idea.
Well, it was me. I fucking called them out, as always, fucking always. I called them out and said it in my video, which is well before they came up with their tiers list, and you can look back at my video where I say to them, you are the ones with the tier list. So don't start coming at me with your criterias and stuff like that. Something along those lines. So it was
So
me.
someone's just watched an old video and come up with an idea.
It was only like it was only 2 days ago or 3 days ago or whenever, when I said that thing about when I was having that artistry discussion possibly
Okay, yeah.
around that time. And yeah, that's another one like Justy was saying, was it a good idea, to bring it all up again by bringing up the artistry? And I think it was because, we got into a conversation and now Lewis is back. Do you know what I mean? Like, because
Out of the shadows.
Fucking challenge.
The shadows comes Bob Spoon.
Yeah, I love it. I hope he turns.
Yeah. Yeah, I wasn't expecting that. That was pretty cool.
It was such a cool entrance. I proper loved it as well. I loved what he did. I was proper vibing off that. I was just like, yeah, like out loud when he came on with his mask and the lighting and everything in that room. It was proper cool. Yeah.
I've still got to watch his first. Is it like that rebirth?
Yeah, that's what I'm on about. It was a proper art piece. It was great.
Yeah, I haven't watched that one, like the stream. I watched this. Yeah, I still got to catch that one.
I need to stick that one in the advent calendar. Actually, now I think about it, that was like a monumental thing. I'll find some sort of music to put it to or something. Just stick it on, just as is.
But when you're talking like those little, because he had that little creepy doll face and the fucking red background.
Yeah.
I started to think, because I was like, I paused on that stream when like fucking D Reed accidentally fucked up, and like I paused on the photo of it, and I was like, what? Like, that's the fucking Bobstein face. Like, what the fuck? Like, it's the. So I had it in like real low resolution on my phone.
What?
And
so,
like when I paused it and saw like D Reed's face, I'm like, I didn't click that it was him. I thought it was like, it just looked like the weirdest fucking creepiest dude hiding behind a camera. And I'm just like, oh fuck, like who's that? And then like it sort of clicked, and then everyone started talking like, oh yeah, you just fucked up. But I thought it was like all something to do with Bob. I'm like, oh,
I never saw that bit.
Well, it's that little creepy face. Like, oh no, like what the fuck's going on here?
Face, like, D Reed could be one of those little porcelain dolls. You could imagine it. He's got the delicate features of a porcelain doll.
Yeah, I think it was just like the look on, like just how it all paused. It's like, it's a sort of a funny angle, and it's like, who the fuck is that creepy looking cunt? Like,
who's it gonna be? Fuck. Always D Reed. It's always D Reed.
Yeah, it was fucking CD Reed.
I didn't see that bit, so that'll be an interesting one. I mean,
I think it's all been deleted.
What?
I'm pretty sure.
Talking about that one, that original one.
Yeah, the photo's still out there, but where it is in the stream, like how it all went. Yeah.
That was on Carl's stream. I'm not sure.
I couldn't remember.
Was on Carl's. Someone's got a copy of that somewhere. I know they have.
For sure.
I'm not sure if I might have a copy of it, possibly.
Yeah, I just remember getting all weirded out. It was just like, yeah, well, fuck, like this was a weird feeling. Like that dude's so creepy behind that camera. Like
it was like something that you weren't supposed to see, wasn't it? There was a feeling of like, oh, I shouldn't be watching this. I don't know who this is. And then I only just saw the top of the head. I didn't see it was D Reed. But then I think it was Evil or someone was just like, it's D Reed. It was just like, no. It was
it literally took about 15 minutes to figure it out.
It was fucking amazing. Yeah. Yeah, because it was on Evil's stream, wasn't it, after Carl's? Because that was on Carl's stream, I think. Yeah, because it was what brought Carl's channel down, wasn't it? Or something? Or brought the stream down. It brought the stream down.
Nah, I think he just panicked out because there was dick pics around. Like, I think he copped the dick pic and then the face and then another dick pic. Like, he fully got sprung. Like,
Yeah. It's been
but
interesting
actually,
to see how he played it
I'm,
afterwards.
oh yeah, but I'm pretty sure it was like while they were
Oh, maybe it
streaming,
was Ricardo's. It could have
they
been.
didn't. Yeah, they didn't realize, like, because they didn't see it all happen. And then Ricardo's
No,
jumped on
it wasn't.
stream
It
and was just like,
wasn't. It
"Oh, get fucked!"
was
Like, there's just been like the dick pic face, like.
Yeah, it used to happen on Ricardo's as well, but that one was Carl's. The one where they caught his face, that was Carl's, and I know that because I made that video, that Karl Popper video,
Mm.
and it's all about the dick pic
Yeah,
because it
yeah,
was
oh, yeah. You're right, but that's what
possible.
I'm saying. It was Ricardo that came in and told him that the face had come up on
Oh,
the
could
screen.
be.
Like they didn't realize.
Yeah, I
They,
don't know. No, I'm not sure.
yeah. We were sitting there watching it, and it's like no one. They didn't click on the stream that they just got fake. Like the face had come up.
Yeah, well, that's it. It does. It shows you, as I know myself. I thought I was going to end up showing myself at Buttocks the other day. I was like, "Don't show me, no!" I had to turn my phone over and then hold it with a sock and stick a bit of tape over it just in case Buttocks decided to just like show my because my camera was on. But automatically, it just did it, and then I had to turn it over and like put some tape on it while it was turned over and just hope that I put it on the right bit and hope that Buttocks was a gentleman, and he was. So.
Yeah, well, I accidentally nearly hit Cam last time.
Sure.
I'd hit mute, like the microphone mute, and then when I came back, it was sort of lagging. It was like, and I'm
Oh.
like hitting the buttons a couple of times, and it's like, I'm like, oh fuck, hang on, turn it on. Oh wait, it's lagging. Like, and I nearly hit the cam. I was
Yeah.
like, oh fuck, like immediately put the hand up over the camera, like, oh shit, like.
Oh, it's horrible. Yeah, it would have been cool if I hadn't have done that time, but it's not. It wasn't the worst thing in the world, but it would have been funny because just hearing them all pontificate over what evil looks like and stuff like that on that Lewis stream was hilarious. Because they've got literally no idea, and it's just so funny hearing their theories and why they think certain things.
the way I picture the looking is like that Johnny Depp picture that he had as his avatar.
Yeah, he was just like that.
That's exactly what I'm picturing.
Better looking than that.
I don't know. Maybe I'm a simple fella like that. I just see the avatar and just put the face straight to it.
Yeah, man. He looks just like him. He just hasn't got as much hair.
Well, there you go. But yeah, I was listening to his all the other day. He fucking cops it. I'm pretty sure he's dished it out, but he does fucking cop it.
Yeah, they started it.
And all he ever really has done it for the last couple of years is just been on his own stream.
Yeah, he's done nothing wrong to these people.
It's like probably been like over 2 years.
They don't like him because he is like the mayor of the other country, and that's literally all it is as far as I'm concerned. Is like it's a different landscape, a different land. They don't like it. It's not where they're from. It's not what they like. So they attack him because he's the head of it or something. Do you know what I mean? Like the figurehead or something. So
Yeah. And I had a bit of a think about all that sort of stuff too. And it seems like maybe go back like a couple of years ago when some of those fights were around it seemed like people were trying to, whoever had the chat, it was like the chat was cool. Like because you'd stream and if you had no chat, then it was like, well, you kind of fucking sitting there talking to yourself or like, not much is happening. And the chat just did seem to hang around, hit that channel a little bit more. Like,
yeah, and they hated that. Yeah, exactly. Because they could not work out what it was, and it's just because he's nice to people. And that's why that whole focus that Lewis has got on you know, oh, and he kisses everyone's arse when they turn up and shit like that. And you're like, well, yeah, that's what he does. That's his thing. And he's very open and honest about that's what he's doing. And it's all about the show and this, that, and the other. But also, I think he's always been very clear that I've seen as to what his line is with certain people, whether he acts in a certain way with them or not. His line is always separate to that. And it's very open. I mean, as whether or not it's the true line or not, you know, but whatever he's showing is open.
Well, that's
And
the show. Like,
yeah,
I get that. Like,
yeah, and I just think that it's interesting, very telling what they focus on. Excuse me, what they focus on with him and with their attacks. And I was so surprised to see Lewis just go straight back to day one. It's like he's just ripped all the calendar pages out and just started again at day one. He's
trust me, he's going to be a nasty little fuck. I love that he's back and a bag's not getting in his rotation.
Yeah. Bag's not getting in his rotation, definitely.
No, I give it to fucking Lewis. Fuck the guy.
Yeah, man. I mean, he is one of the more creative ones out of them. And I mean,
I do. He's funny. Like, I laugh at some of his
he
shit.
fucking did it as well. Like, he came back with a whole new look, a whole new attitude, supposedly. We'll see how that goes. But like, and he's come back with like a family and a whole new perspective. So like, out of everybody, he has moved on. You know, he's grown as a person. You can't not grow as a person when something like that happens.
Lewis 2.0.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he's evolved into the next stage. And a lot of people around here are very stagnant, aren't they? And they don't move and they don't look ahead and they don't expand their minds or put themselves in situations that are going to challenge them. So for Lewis, like, he's fucking standing head and shoulders above most of his mates because they just fucking get around the same shit all the time.
Yeah, but then honestly, like, even before he did bail, like, they were all sort of maybe all mates and stuff, but he would say shit to him a little bit, like
a little bit. No,
but it didn't really go anywhere. Like,
it was just a bit of an act. I thought that it was just
maybe like
because they all had private Twitter as well, didn't they? Where obviously, in my opinion, Dean was controlling everything.
Probably. I'm really just thinking to like those one or two times where it was like he wouldn't let like fucking say Dosh, like Nubin or fucking Cheetah Man just sit there. And he, like, after the first one, he's like, if you're not fucking bringing the heat, fuck off the channel. And
yeah, I suppose he did do that, yeah.
But then that only lasted a week or two, and then the whole fucking world turned. Like,
yeah.
But, I don't know. I think some of them do. They sort of realize, like, there's in the chat there's people that you just like, you want them on your channel because it's like there's 100 views, or there's like a couple of 100 views, and your channel doesn't cop shit, and like you don't cop shit around the YouTubes, and like as long as there's a little safe space for a few people, like
that's it. Yeah, it's true. And that's what they need to realise, that, don't they? It's not about like biting the hand that feeds you all the time.
Not when you're probably getting vampired on yourself, like.
Too right. I mean, this has been the problem with these guys. I think at first I just wanted them to see it, just to protect themselves. And I think maybe Lewis has protected himself, whether it's because he's seen it in that sense, he might see it differently. But one way or another, I think he's protected himself a bit from it. So that's good.
I'd also say that there's a fair bit of like, they've kind of maybe listened to some shit, but you can't acknowledge that you've been told. Like,
yeah, that's fair enough.
It's like they've just got to cop it on the chin and just,
and
that's why I did kind of back off Dean a little bit. It was like, man, like, I fucking dug into that dude for a little while there.
That's it. Let some of them lessons sink in a bit now before we go.
Like, okay, now how are you going to respond? like, does anything come out of that, or like, do we just go back to where we were, or is shit cool?
totally. That's what I'm doing with it. But with Lewis, I was shocked to see that we're back to square one. We're back to where we were. Like, everyone's kind of all right except Evil for no discernible reason. Evil don't give a shit, but you know, it's just interesting. I mean, well, I say no
Maybe he
discernible
just needs.
reason.
Maybe he just needs like the Ricardo sort of story arc, where he's got to have someone to be kind of angry at.
Could be, or it could. I think with Lewis, I think there's a level of genuineness there, though. I think he really does. He has got that anger for Evil. You know, he has got that. Because when I heard what he was saying, did you watch the rest of his? Well, I saw half of his more recent one. It was like an hour and a half. I saw about 45 minutes of it, and I heard quite a lot of his reasons. And it's like they're the same reasons as at the beginning. So for me, I'm putting myself in that position, and I've been accused in the past of harping on the same shit all the time, like in previous relationships and things like that. And I was always like, well, yeah, because you never fucking listened to the first fucking problem. So if you'd have listened, then we wouldn't have to harp on it. So I kind of don't want to fall into that trap as well. Maybe.
Yeah, I don't know. I sort of actually think that they've kind of got a sniff that they think something creative's happening, and they're not even fucking close to it.
Yeah.
So it's like come out of the woodworks and, you know, try to be all nice and let's all play fucking friendly and, you know, let's all just like, yeah, be all cool.
Yeah.
But like whatever. Fuck.
That's it. Maybe that's just them two, and that's just how they communicate with each other. And I'm just getting upset for no reason or whatever. Not upset, but like commenting on it for no reason.
Maybe, I don't know. I haven't seen enough. Yeah.
This whole place is very much like that Star Trek. Did you ever watch any Star Trek Next Generation? And there's a bit where Picard meets this on this planet, and he gets stranded on a planet or something. That's the stuff. It's like just him and this guy for like the whole episode, and he can't talk to him. He can't communicate with this guy because his language is just so mental, and he can't get it. So even though he's got the translator and the words make sense, what he's saying in his framing of the words just don't make sense. And it's because the guy just talks in metaphor all the time. So it's like every single thing that they say is just like a reference. So I can't remember what it is. It's like something on whoever at Tanagra or something, and it just means something. You know what I mean? It's all stories that they're just referencing. It's just memes, just talks in memes.
Yeah, well, half of these guys are just doing shit that's in movies.
True, that's true as well.
They just don't, or it's like something from a TV show, and it's like, dude, like I've seen movies.
Yeah. Like fucking Napoleon Dynamite comes to mind a lot with this.
Yeah. Actually, what I did get a good chuckle out of was fucking Dean playing around with his robot.
That was on Buttix's, wasn't it?
Oh, he was doing it for a little while.
I didn't
there's a few, like where he's got all different voices. Yeah, he's just showing all the tricks his robot can do.
See, that's all right. You know, that's fair enough. In my judgment, I judge that to be acceptable, I suppose. But I suppose it depends what he's saying, doesn't it? It's fucking stupid crap.
Nah, he's a fucking idiot.
Yeah, I know.
I don't know. I kind of just kick back and like, I don't know, like, fuck, I've thrown some shit at that dude.
Yeah.
And it's like, I don't know if I could sit there on stream and kind of cop half of that. Like,
he's too. Yeah, I'm not letting him slide. He don't get away with it.
No, I'm not letting him slide. Like, don't. What was I trying to?
After I banged my head out, I didn't give a shit anymore, honestly. I was just like, whatever. But for some reason, Dean and Carl, no, I'm not going to fucking move on them. But everyone else is like, yeah, whatever.
Yeah. Oh, no. Like, if anything, I can see, like, the spot that he's in, like, with his shitty channel, 56 fucking subs. I get fucking 10 views. Like, what the fuck? I've just spent $50 on a cameo, so now I'm gonna have to go buy $50 worth of views, so I look fucking cool.
Yeah. It's
But
it's the control of other people, I think, that gets me with it.
And I do think he cleared out a lot of the dudes that were calling out e-beg and shit,
Yeah,
so that there was less opposition.
I agree. But then
Yeah.
here this happened, all this has happened with the completionist and everything, and here it is, and like this would be the normally, like Albert would be all over this shit normally, but here we go, like they've all got to sort of toe a line because they living in the house of a fucking e-beggar.
Yeah. So I would have thought that they would have had a fight by now.
I don't know.
I could have swore Albo just would have went, fuck this. I can't co-sign this anymore, Dean.
He's too much of an army person, though, isn't he? He's there for the greater goal. And the thing is, with these, if once they've got you in your pocket, if you're useful to them, you could be like that for 30 years before anything actually comes up.
Yeah. Like that manipulative personality. It's fucking destructive as shit.
Massive, yeah. And it's like, yeah, we can't get rid of him and we've got to live with him, but at least we can point him out. At least we can see him for what he is. And that's all I ever wanted was, just to see him for everyone to see him for what he is. And then make
but then that's what I mean. You can't really, because as soon as you start throwing some comments around, it's like, has a fucking hissy fit.
Yeah, well, that shows himself, doesn't he, then?
Well, yeah, true. Like,
that's what he's done all the way along. He's just shit, because I've not even really had that much to do with him. I think I might have put one tiny bit of it. I think there was 2 advent calendar things recently that I've done with him in, but really not that much to do with him at all. And he's just continuing to show himself up, isn't he? He's like going after Hyatt and doing all that. And
I used to do like where there's like that picture of his face where he's dancing. Like one of the mug shots moving. It's like one of those funny.
Oh yeah.
It's like his head's just bobbing and dancing. I'd literally put that over like hip hop for about 40 minutes, and just he'd be in the chat trying to fucking talk shit, and it's just like, oh yeah, g'day Al, and then bang on that goes on the stream.
Yeah, man.
Like I want to upload all my old videos, but I don't want to do new ones as well. Like,
yeah,
well, yeah, okay.
I
don't know. You turn nasty.
Who did?
Oh no, I just meant like when you start doing all those like just fucking nasty rant videos all the time. It's like,
yeah,
I don't know. Like at the start, it's almost like a little debrief. It's like just instead of going and kicking the dog.
I only ever do them if I need to. I would never just do it for the sake of it. I'm not knocking anyone else who just does it as a regular thing. Like Slotham does it for a reason and stuff like that. And other people.
That's what I was just thinking, because
I wouldn't do it for
that's what I was using it at the start. It was just like, fuck it, just jump on and have like a half-hour rant for the week. Like, but yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I don't want to start doing them again. Like, fuck.
With me, it's just if there's something comes up and I feel like I need to just iron it out or just make a comment on it, and then I'm just like, and then it's done, and then I don't have to think about writing it up or making a presentation or something. I've said my piece, and either I'll do it on a stream or I'll just do a little video. But other than that, I'm not just going to be like, oh, I've noticed this week just for the sake of it. Like, nah.
Yeah, see, I've like, I'm going to sound like Volt, but like, I've still got to be careful of work, which is honestly why I pulled down all my videos.
Yeah, you sound like Gen X gamer.
Like shit changed over here, and I was like, fuck it, these have got to go. Like, this has just got to go.
Shit, man, yeah.
But
yeah, you got
I left it so you could see the channel was still the channel. But honestly, like the only like copyright strike I ever got off YouTube, like where the video got fully taken down by the owner, was the Kate Bush Wuthering Heights song.
Oh right, yeah.
there's two versions of the film clip,
Oh, I didn't
and
know.
there's like the official version, and then there's like another version that's like official. But yeah, I put that one up, and the
Mm.
dude that made the video copyright struck
Oh,
off the
did
shit
he?
out of my channel.
What? Even though he'd copied it off Kate Bush original.
He was the producer of the video.
Uh,
Like he actually filmed Kate Bush. Like his
oh
copyright
right.
struck.
Oh, he got it straight. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. When I actually checked it out, like he's
Fucking
actually
hell.
copy struck Kate Bush and took that video off her channel. He's just like this
Mm,
fucking UK tool. He's super rich. Like,
wow.
it sounded like he was sort of famous, or his daughter was. Like, she's into music, but it's all like trippy, weird shit. Like I think she like microphones up flowers and runs like
Oh,
instruments into like fucking yeah,
I've
like
seen
random
someone who does it with mushrooms before. They get mushrooms to play synthesizers. It's fucked up.
yeah, like yeah. It's all into like computer synths, and they
Yeah,
just
yeah. Bad, that
plug
shit.
things in and they get a frequency out of it and
Yeah,
make it
it's
into a
amazing.
song.
Yeah, it's bloody amazing. I used to watch that on. That's one of the few things I used to watch on Twitch. There was like a few channels that just used to have that on all the time. I used to fucking have that
Well, it's
on.
probably this dude's daughter because
Yeah,
she's
could
like
be.
some mega famous fucking chick in that music. And I'm like, started Googling, I'm like, what the fuck? Like, yeah, like it's,
A
I
rabbit hole,
didn't really,
man.
like she's doing like concerts and shit.
Really? Oh, man.
Yeah. I'm just like, what? Like, what have I missed? Like,
He's got time to go around striking people who use them.
well, he was a big um, music producer in the 70s.
Mm.
But now he's like he makes fucking batteries for like Teslas and stuff like that, like electric car batteries.
Oh, right. Okay. Okay. So he's like, yeah, invested wisely and shit.
Some dude from the UK. And
Mm.
that's the only other drama I ever had on my channel.
The only thing that they wouldn't ever let me use was fucking when I was doing that fart TV shit and I was doing all those compilations of different ones, and there was a few that I didn't use. I should do a fart TV too, actually, at some point with all the ones I didn't use. But one of them was the Pet Shop Boys, and it was the best one. It's a Sin, and it was just like the line was "Father, forgive me." I tried not to do it. I turned over a new leaf, and then I tore right through it, and then the big fart at the end, and it made me laugh so much. They would not let me use that. Just that tiny
Oh,
clip.
really?
Yeah, like what? Not even 5 seconds. Like 3 seconds of that video, they would not let me use it at all. I couldn't use it.
See,
Crazy.
I used to show like heaps of music and stuff, and I
Yeah,
started to write down a list of stuff that would get you banned. Like,
fucking Smouse was fine. I did.
oh, there's
I did
heaps of
crush.
music that you can show. Like,
I did crush N word, and I did censor it. I did censor the word with the farts.
yeah, we'll see. Some of mine, I was like putting the music over another video
Mm,
and kind of trying to trick it that way, and putting like
that's what I do. Yeah.
I had like the Fallout 4 soundtracks in the
Sweet.
background
Yes.
and stuff like that, just to try to throw it off. So there's like other synths in the background,
Yeah.
but it didn't always work. Like you get the message and your stream's blocked, but then as soon as you stop the music, it's all unblocked again.
Huh.
Yeah, it doesn't always get taken down.
They're funny
A lot
about streams, though, aren't they? But it's like videos you can get away with more because less people are going to see it.
I don't know how that worked, because sometimes you'd play a song and your stream would get stopped, and like, or no, it'd go through, but then a couple of days later it'd get taken down, but you would get the chance to edit it, so you could edit out the copyright bit, and it'd tell you like where it was.
Yeah,
So you
that's
just
cool.
like jump back into the studio and just took that bit out of your stream, and like I put
Like
back
multiple waves of bots, and so like the third wave or something is like the more technical ones where they'll specifically point out the bits for you and stuff like that.
Yeah, it seems like you get away with it for a couple of days and then it catches up. Like,
Yeah,
but then
but it
there's
gives
other
you,
ones where it gets you on the fly, and
yes,
you just get the yellow banner. But
that's
then as
got
soon as
times that got evil with the what they call GLC, Goldie Looking Chain, but the Welsh rap band. Remember that
no, I
time?
don't know.
That was fucking like Rambling Man put a link up and then Evil clicked on it and then he. That's why it's remembered because it was one of the things that Rambling Man did.
Yeah, to be fair, I used to get him mixed up with fucking someone else,
Hmm.
and for the longest.
Well, I never did because it was always on Evils. So I only knew people really through Evils. I mean, I used to go to Dean's and stuff. I mainly
Yeah.
just went to the Amico stuff, and I went to Darius's and I went to Evils, and so I just knew him through there. So there weren't that many people to get him confused with for me.
Well, you might know. Like, I don't know how I got him confused, but maybe I used to get him confused with fucking that haunted wisp dude.
Oh, Wisp, did you?
Like, I don't know whether it was the Avatar or fucking what I got mixed up.
Maybe because he was about feeding ducks and Wisp was about feeding squirrels or something.
I don't know.
But
Don't
then there was
know.
also Finbar, who was about feeding foxes. So you had like
Or
three of them,
maybe.
these nature guys.
Well, because I used to dick around a little bit with Finbar, but not much. Like,
Yeah, Finbar was like,
I'd make Finbar jokes.
yeah. But it was the same with me. I just like had that connection with him because I loved his avatar and I love Viz and yeah, we just used to talk about that and
Yeah,
in
I'd
fact I
sit
think
there
that's how
making like Finbar. I'd be like, Finbar, have you seen my pole? And then like how I don't know. Like, I've read heaps of those. I've read like I used to buy Viz up until probably maybe 10 years, so
oh
15 years
wow.
ago.
Oh my god. Like the last Viz I would have seen would have been like early 90s, mid 90s, something like that.
No, I still bought them like well into the 2000s, like
Wow.
from the 90s.
Wow. I wonder if it's still going, like if we can still get it. Oh my
Yeah, I'm
goodness.
pretty sure it is.
Oh.
Same as that other one that it was never as nasty. Like had the little boy, Beamo,
Oh, I don't know.
Beano,
Oh, Beano. Yeah. Oh,
Beano.
that's going. Yeah, I get that. I used to get that for my kid
Yeah,
because you
that
had
was nothing
plastic
like
shit
that.
with it. Oh, mate, that's full of stuff. Oh my god, I took a photo of it. It's
It
full of
wasn't quite
subliminals.
Viz.
It's oh mate, it's full of like all that stuff. You know, like controlling the kids. I mean, there was a copy that I bought and it had "Obey" written massive letters on the front of it. It was
Yeah,
all slightly written in as like part of the story, but there was no reason to put it on there. They just put it on there. It's just pure propaganda. Most of that Beano magazine is pure propaganda aimed at children. It's mad.
yeah. I've really only read a few of them. It just seemed like a knockoff, kind of just a like Mad Magazine or Cracked or something. I was like,
Oh, it's been
nah,
going
cool.
forever. It's been going for donkeys. Like that's what Viz is based on. So it's like Beano and Dandy are like the originals. They're fucking been going since I don't know.
They were honestly,
It's
they were
almost 40.
probably some of the first things I ever watched online was some of the Viz cartoons.
Wow.
Like once you could download shit, and I was like,
Yeah,
oh fuck,
I remember
there's cartoons. Like what? Like
the first thing I ever downloaded on Napster was Bad Manners, and it was that "I'm a Mummy" song. You know that one? Do 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 do. I couldn't get it anywhere. And I was like, when I got Napster or got access to it, I was like, have they got this? And that was the first song I
oh
did.
fuck, I like. Oh man, I've downloaded so much shit.
Yeah.
But
Well, I lost it
I
all,
never used Napster to tell you that. I don't think I ever used Napster.
didn't you? Well,
Nah,
you're
like
younger than me, though, aren't you? So you
I'm
probably
probably older.
nah. I'm
Mate,
43.
All right, well, let's just go with you're older than me then. But I don't remember ever using that, use e-donkey and emu,
Oh, vaguely. Emu, vaguely. It was
Kazo.
Pirate Bay and ISO Hunt for me back when I used it. ISO Hunt was great.
Yeah,
They,
Kazaa.
oh, Kazaa, fucking hell, yeah, Jesus.
Yeah, I'd never used Napstar was already hot. It
Yeah,
was like fuck that shit. Like
LimeWire, do you remember that? I never used it, but it was one of those where you just like that, where you're just like, I'm not touching that with a barge pole.
yeah, I did use LimeWire a little bit. See, some of those ones you could once you were doing a download, you could then see what other shit they
Yeah,
had to download, like whether they knew it or not.
yeah.
Yeah, that was pretty cool.
Mm. They were
But
the days you
our
could get anything, the most random shit. Like, I remember going in them places and being like, has anyone got this? And then people would just link their own hard drives to you so you could just get what you wanted.
yeah, you just try to grab all 20 gig.
Like whole fucking discographies of bands that you only wanted the one song of.
Oh, that's what I ended up doing towards the end. Like, I wouldn't even download a
Exactly.
CD. It's just like the whole. You just
The
get the
whole thing me as
discography, the
well.
discog.
But then in those days, it was like iPods as well, so it was really accessible to me. So I just had to put it all on my iPod because it all worked really well.
Actually, I still remember some of the longest was you would download the whole album in just it would be one song, one MP3,
Yeah.
and it was like you couldn't really skip. You'd have to just fast forward, but
Yeah.
it was like you'd get that, and then you could put maybe 10 or 12 albums
I had a
on a
few of
CD.
them.
And it was like, oh fuck, I'm the man. Like,
Yeah, I just had it on my iPod. I didn't even bother with the CDs at that point. But I
yeah,
remember having the whole of fucking downloading, what's her name? The woman who did Anne McCaffrey and the Dragon Riders of Pern. And I listened to the whole thing pretty much, I think. And she's done millions of books and it's ridiculous. It's proper drawn out and milked out. But I was working, doing something where I could just listen to stuff at the same time. So I just listened to the whole back catalogue of Anne McCaffrey and the Dragon Riders of Pern.
that was the exact same reason I bought my first iPod was to listen to music at work. It's like,
Yeah.
fuck it, I'm just gonna get an iPod. Like, oh,
You
sick.
had to. Yeah, it was great. The job I was doing, it was like you had to do it, otherwise you'd just go mad, having to talk to those idiots all day.
Well, the first one I got was one of those nanos, but they looked like they had the color screen, and they
Oh,
just looked like little tiny baby iPods.
yeah, I remember them. Yeah, I know I had a big fat one, and then I got
Yeah,
a
well,
little
I had a big
one.
160 gig one as well, but these little ones were just like little stealthy little things. Like,
I
it was
had
like,
one and it
yeah,
got broken by someone. What first one got lost, I think, and then my second one got broken by someone else, and I'll never ever forget that. I'll never get over it. You know.
well, I still spewing about the price I paid for that. It was like $200 for a 1 gig fucking iPod.
What?
Oh,
Ridiculous.
I think our prices are different for some shit over here.
Yeah, maybe. I
Like,
think they were like that though. Those little ones when they came out. I remember there was like a green one and a blue one, and all. They were fancy, weren't they, when they came out? Then.
no, well, you had the little clip ones that came after it, but no, they
Oh,
just look like the little white. They look like a little tiny baby iPod.
that's the one that I had. The second one, I think it was a little white one. Someone gave me that. But like I say, some smackhead broke it. Fucking bastard.
Yeah, well, they were super thin. Like, yeah, you could probably you could sit on them and sort of crack the screen and shit. Like,
Yeah.
I remember taking it. I couldn't figure out. I didn't think that the wheel, you sort of scrolled it.
Oh yeah.
Like, it was like the first tactile. Like, I'd touch the thing and the volume would fucking go up, and then I took it back. And I'm like, what? This thing's all fucked. Like, I'm like, the volume's all crazy. And then she's like, scrolled it, and it's just going like right up. I was like, oh, how'd you do that? Like, and it's like, oh,
Wow.
you just move your finger like a circle. And I was like, oh fuck, like tech, yeah, here we go. Like,
I remember
yeah, I don't know.
like the first phone when my friend gave me like one of these phones, and I was just like, I couldn't use it. I just gave it back to him. I was like, alien technology, I just can't even. It was like I had to ring a taxi or ring someone or something, and I was just like, gave me this phone that didn't have any buttons on it, and I was just like, what the fuck?
Well, see, I held off with the mobiles for the longest. Like I used to have one for work, like an intercom sort of mobile phone for work.
Mm.
But they were still only just like you're talking like the flip screen, like Sagans, and like they were still like the old Nokia 3800s and
Wow, yeah,
or
okay.
8800s and shit, like the old schools. But as soon as the touchscreen fancy phones came around, like, yeah, fuck, I was all over that shit.
Yeah, I didn't bother. Like, I had up until like 2014, I had like, in fact, it wasn't even after that. I had like a brick phone. So it was like massive, like a proper old fashioned. You could still buy them, and it had Snake on it, and you could send text messages on it and stuff. But it was just like an old fashioned Nokia, but it was huge, and it had a battery that would last you like 3 days, and it had a little bit in the back where you could stick weed and stuff and take it places, and no one would ever know. And it was the best phone ever. I loved it, and I loved the fact I didn't have to like do anything else on it or anything like that. I dropped it down the toilet many times. It was like a foot long. It was huge. It had a fucking massive aerial on it. It was amazing. And
No,
then yeah, I got a proper one, and then that was it.
I had some shitty little Sagam for years. It was like, oh, sorry, Samsung flip screen phones for
Oh yeah,
ages. And then
a little
when that,
stubby aerial at the top.
oh no, mine was a little bit past those ones. Yeah,
Uh,
I know those ones you talk. Yeah, they had like
yeah.
the little
You'd be able to
clamshells.
buy little aerials that you could screw on top of your phone that when your phone rang, it lit up, and then you'd get a little pendant that would
Yeah,
light up as
true.
well. It's like, I never had one, but like, well, so ridiculous.
But the
I
first good one
just,
I got was one of those Nokia N95s, and that was fucking sick. That was
which one
so good
was
though.
on? Was that the one with
Um,
the colour screen and the little camera on it?
yeah, I
Yeah,
had a good camera on the back.
I
Like
had one of them.
you
I
could
think.
turn it sideways, and it was like a little mobile, like a digi camera.
Oh, it
But
wasn't.
it had the
You could get them in different colours because I had like a maroon one of those. If it's the same one, I'm
yeah,
thinking.
there was like a funky purple one, and then you had the
Yeah.
black one, which was like the 8 gig, and the screen slid. It kind of went when you pushed it one way, you had music buttons, and then
No,
you
I didn't have
slid it.
that one. No, mine was just
You,
solid.
yeah, it's like the screen slid 2 ways. Like
Oh,
you'd
I don't
scroll it,
get
like pull it
that.
down, and you had like internet buttons, and then you pushed it up, and you had music button or the keyboard.
No,
So
I don't
yeah,
see.
that was pretty fucking funky. But even the iPhones, we didn't get them. We were like one of the last countries to get the iPhones.
Really?
Yeah, we got them like at least 4 or 5 years after they were announced, like, and were in the States.
I don't even
Like
know when we got them in the scale of things in our
I
country.
think our first iPhone was the iPhone 3.
I don't know what
Like,
ours was.
yeah, we got ripped. Like the same as if you're talking in these like gaming, like these Steam Decks. I don't even think Australians can get Steam Decks.
Wow.
It's like Steam's just gone, yeah, no, get fucked. Like
Maybe it's
it's
just
not.
there's just too much red tape. There's just too much going on in Australia, like legal wise.
I don't
Because
know. Well, it's the whole Oceanic area. They just you can't even pre-order it.
but that's
And
like a
like,
market. Why would they? Why would they?
yeah, I don't know. I'm pretty
Mm,
sure last time I looked was a couple of months ago, but
I
and
swear
they've
to
been
God,
out in
like,
the
vault. They're putting you. They've put you in a vault. I swear,
which sucks.
you're in like Vault 101 or something.
Pretty much.
You are like, and I mean, we are kind of, but ours is more transient. Yours is like a much bigger scale and like much longer game, I think, because it's everything takes longer, doesn't it? Because it's a massive area. So they're like looking at how things affect people over time. I reckon testing you
Kind
guys.
of. I don't know. Like, I know Australia did fuck over Steam. Like, we made
Oh,
them put
yeah.
in refunds.
Ah,
So
really?
Steam never,
Even
like, it
so,
never used to have refunds.
but they'd have to, or maybe then. But I mean, if it wasn't
Nah,
for Australia, it would have been someone else who would have pushed for it. But for
it
them
was
to
only
miss,
it was only a few years ago.
maybe. But
Like,
that's proper cutting off your nose to spite your face, though, isn't it? Like that's a huge market, massive.
yeah, well, that's what happened. They to be able to sell Steam games in Australia, they had to offer a warranty, or they couldn't like because like well, everyone's got like like consumer rights,
Yeah.
and Steam's like, well, we don't have a warranty, and yeah, they would have missed out on like having Steam in the country like legally.
Hmm.
So yeah, like, and that's when they came in, like, and then the refund is like actually pretty good for the consumer on Steam. Like, you get hours. Like,
Hmm.
it's like 2 weeks, or I don't know. Do you play on Steam?
Oh, not since 2013, mate. But I used
Oh,
to, or maybe
yeah,
2014.
no. Well, like, not heaps of people know when you're doing your refunds. Like, if you just play the game offline, you've got 2 weeks.
Right. Okay.
So if
Well,
you
it
play
used
it
to be
while
like that. You could just have the game when I used to play Steam. It was just like you got the game and that was it. You had it forever.
yeah, it's still tied to Steam.
Oh,
Like,
what?
you don't download it and keep it. You just download a version from Steam and then run it through.
But I used to leave it for ages and then go back to it. It'd be all right. What did I have?
Yeah. That doesn't disappear.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is, if you do your refunds, like, you can just download the game and then play it for 2 weeks and then
Uh,
just return it, like, no questions asked. Just, no,
right.
I don't like it. It's not for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember chewing through heaps of games. Like,
That's
literally
right.
just played the shit out of them for a week, and then it was like, oh, fuck it, I finished it. Like, say
Wow.
Far Cry 5.
No,
Like,
don't do it. Yeah.
well, some of those, like, well, I was doing it with the Far Cries. It's like, once you've finished them, there's not much more to do.
Yeah.
It's like,
So you went through all of them for free.
well, 3, 4, and 5.
Yeah. Yeah.
I
Yeah.
should,
It's the same over here. But I've never bothered with it again because it was on my old laptop and then it just fucked up and I was like, I kind of want my old account back rather than starting a new one. So I just never bothered having a new one. I was like, fuck it.
well, I remember playing the arse out. Like, I know you play Fallout.
I
I
used to.
played the arse out of that on, like, Fallout 4 on PS4, and
Mm,
then I got it on the PC, and it's like, I don't know, like, I could almost just play that game for, like, that's it.
yeah. I know what you mean.
Like, it's like, yeah, you can do pretty much all sorts of like, it's still a fucking Bethesda game, but
Oh man, yeah. There's just games where I think it was Buttocks was asking me what games I played, and I was just like, well, I got to the point like you, where I was like, I was on Fallout 4 and No Man's Sky, and I was like, and that's it. Like that's the last I remember because that was the pinnacle, and that was when No Man's Sky was like still in its infancy, and I still loved it because I love a bleak environment, and I loved how fucking empty it was, and I loved how bleak and soulless it was. I loved it because space is going to be bleak and soulless and empty and repetitive and full of bureaucracy that's got no soul to it. So I was like, yeah, it's cool, man. It's cool as it is. I didn't like whatever.
yeah, I actually never played that No Man's Sky.
Like fucking cool. I can't wait to get to a point where I can go back to it, and I'm going to start again. Now it's because it's going to be a whole new game now.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I remember it at the start where it was like they were hyping that thing up so hard,
Yeah,
and then it just came out and it's just like a bag of dog shit.
yeah,
And
it
it's
was.
just
But I loved it. I loved it because you
like,
could.
that dude cops so much shit, like, oh, fucking scamming shit, like,
Yeah, we kept going
yeah,
there. We've kept going
he
with it.
did, didn't he? Like, yeah, they ended up doing it good.
Yeah, I can't wait to play it. But like, it was cool, like, because when they were doing like there was like PvP events, or it was some sort of, it was like some of them were scanning events and stuff like, you know what I mean, like you all had to like try and scan all the things on the planet or something at a certain time, or I can't remember when all that started up. That made it really cool because like very occasionally you'd come across something that someone else had scanned and put a name on, and that kind of made it, because it was so rare for that to happen, for me, it kind of fitted really well with just being out in space, because you wouldn't be coming across loads of people all the time necessarily.
Yeah, true.
It just kind of went with it for me. The music was great and the visuals were great, and that was enough for me. Like, I just used to go on the planets that had no gravity, the really bleak planets, and just get my jetpack up to full power and just bounce around on them planets. It were right good.
All I do now in Fallout is just farm the shit out of water and just cruise around like with about fucking 50,000 bottles of water on me, just like buying shipments. That's all I do is just buy shipments.
Wow.
And yeah, like I don't know. I'm trying to just do it like, I might actually do a stream. I did do a stream where I thought I was like showing off my Fallout world.
Do it. I'd love to see that. It's been years
Yeah,
since
I thought I was, but I was only on the single monitor, and I'd done like about 2 hours of it and didn't record a fucking thing. Like,
yeah.
yeah. So I was trying to show off my a cat, the castle.
Yes,
And
I'd love to see what you did with it.
it's not that cool, but I caught that big queen fucking thing, Mirelurk, in the castle.
Nice.
And somehow it sort of glitched out, and she stays there.
Was she just in the middle?
Kind of just off to the side, like, but dead, like upside down dead.
Oh, right, okay.
Like just this dirty big fucking Mirelurk queen. And then I just put all like barbecues around it. So it looks like it's just, yeah, look. Yeah, I've never.
Amazing. Yeah.
And then just like everything's powered up to this bullshit. Robots everywhere.
Wicked. I never got to all that, but yeah, my main place was the castle, definitely. I had the castle, and then I had, the bit where there's like a seaside bit, and I made like a pier and a little bar at the back with a snooker table and a bar in it, and there was like a boardwalk. And everyone used to gather on the boardwalk.
There's that island by yourself. Oh,
I think it might be an island, yeah. And
yeah, Spectacle Island, I think.
I'm not sure. I don't know if it's called
yeah. I platinumed that on launch in like fucking not even 6 weeks.
Wow.
I
take my time. I don't know if I never got to the end of it.
I was racing a dude at work, and like, I don't know, like I just kind of got fucking right into it.
Yeah.
And then like next minute it's like I'm a month in and it's been like 12, 15, 16 hour like days just playing. I'm like, what? Holy shit.
I was like trying to keep myself distracted from the fact that I wasn't smoking as well. So like, and I was pregnant and I just was playing the fuck out of it at that time. But I was getting right into the creative stuff, so I just get really bogged down in making like every settlement into like ridiculous stuff.
Well, see, I just kind of went for the platinum, and it was just like head down. Like rightio, get this one. Someone said you can't. I'm like, fuck off. Like
the difference between how boys and girls play games. I've seen a Minecraft version, and it just is that. It's just like
just grinding. Like, oh, such a ridiculous. And I was trying to level up, like, so you can get all the cool perks and shit.
Yeah.
Just kind of fully help out, and it's like that gets tough. But the main killer was on the PlayStation is like the lag. Like,
yeah. Oh, and the rubber banding as well. Like, you just like knock you back if you put like the wrong fucking too many chairs in or something, and you end up like sent back into another fucking part of the village.
Yeah, no, more like the loading screens.
Oh,
Like
right.
you'd open a door and then, like honestly, like my old shitty PS4 would take like fucking 5 minutes to load the next little bit,
Fucking hell,
and
I can't.
then
I don't think it did that so much.
I didn't have an update. Like it was right
Mm,
on launch. It was just like so shit. And then it's
mm.
like one of those games where you walk into a room and then it's like, oh fuck, I don't need to be here. And then you exit it,
Oh,
and
no.
it's like, oh, here we go, another 5 minutes. Fuck
Oh,
me. And then it's like
Jesus.
jump in the elevator, another 5 minutes. Like, yeah, it was painful.
That sounds right, bad. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to cope with that for too long, I don't think. Did it sort itself out pretty quick?
No, I don't think it ever really. I don't know. Maybe I never updated it, to tell you the truth. I
Because you
think
went on
I've only ever.
it then, didn't you?
No, I just never took that PS4 online a lot.
Mm.
Like, I only ever maybe only in the first week or two I put it online, and then I never ever played that one online. I'd just get the new updates because I was always buying new games,
Mm.
and usually on the PS4 it was you got a new game had come out and it'd sort of update your PS4.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah. So you didn't have to do any
No, like there was
manual.
probably about 3 years there where we had it pretty good. There was some of our main shops, like in the city, on launch they would have the games cheap for
Oh,
maybe about the
cool.
first 2 weeks, and then they kind of
Pre-lockdown
jacked
as
it.
well. Mm.
Yeah, this was before lockdown, but
Yeah.
so say they were going to be like 89.99 or like $90 game on launch, you might be able to pick it up for 59 or
Really?
like maybe 69,
So it makes it
and
worse
then
going and queuing up and doing all that shit then, doesn't it?
yeah, well, everyone was sort of jumping on them, and like
Yeah.
they did it for probably the first 3 years of the PS4. So it
Mm.
was like pretty good. Get like fuck, I was always buying new games. It's like, well, I'm gonna get it anyway. Like
Yeah. Yeah. May as well get
I'd
it.
rather.
I don't remember that happening over here at all. Maybe occasionally as a promotion you might maybe, but I don't think so.
Yeah, it was just one of the big chains. I think they were just because
There might be
really
certain
around that they
others
had a
are.
big fight. Like one of the chains at the start they just didn't sell any of the PS4s. Like they kind of just took all their gaming shit out of the shops. And
Mm.
then like one of the other bigger mobs kind of just took right over and just went, all right, well, here we go.
Yeah.
Like, well,
Are they definitely run by different people then, or was that like some sort of diversification of a parent company?
yeah, it's kind of like two big companies
Mm.
like just own everything, like Coles and Woolworths,
Yeah, we don't have
essentially.
Woolworths anymore.
Be like Pepsi or Coke, you know.
Yeah,
That's like,
yeah, we used to have Woolworths. Not anymore.
yeah, I don't know. I really don't know what stuff's the same as UK.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, but yeah, I think we would have definitely seen a lot more. It's a lot more action, isn't it? A lot more sort of audience participation doing that. It's like if you come on the first day or the first couple of days, you get like a bit of a reward for doing it, and it
Well,
advertises the
well,
thing, doesn't it?
they started to sell more games,
Mm.
like, and yeah, like, well, especially when some of there was always the AAA games, so like the hype was sort of there as well, like,
Yeah.
and really it was the new console, like, so everyone's just kind of jumping on it, and it seemed like we got cheap PS4s,
Mm.
like,
I can't remember.
yeah, it was the
Yeah, they were
when
pretty
that
cheap when
launch,
they came out.
I think everyone got cheap PS4s, like
Yeah.
they weren't really a dear one on launch.
They weren't ramping everything up in price like they are now. I mean, they would. It was still competitive, wasn't it? It just wasn't quite as ridiculous as it is now. Like quite as predatory as it is now. Like just getting away with
Yeah.
what they can get away with now, innit? Whereas before, I think there was a bit of that, like not wanting to wear out the goodwill of the consumer. Whereas now, it's like since lockdown, it's just like they don't need to worry about that anymore. People are just compliant. You can do what you want. It's like
well, I've got a decent PC, but I was never ever going to go past the PS4. Sorry, the PS4 on the consoles.
Mm,
Because I bought a stack of like good games for during
exactly.
this like. So kind of by the time it got like, I'm looking, I'm like, fuck, I got like, there's a stack of fucking
Yeah,
games with that thing, like,
I'm
and
not bothered
they're
at all.
decent quality. It's like, fuck, like you can play that thing for the next 20 years if you need to.
Yeah.
Like, it's yeah, there's all heaps of sort of cool games
It
there.
didn't
They
even
all look
stick in
cool.
my head as an option, like to go for that, because it was just same as you. But like for me, I had to put everything like down tools and like when I had my kids. So I've got loads of games I haven't finished and games that I wanted to play that I never played. So fuck that. I'm playing catch up. I'm not getting no PlayStation 5.
Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, no, I've got to admit, I haven't had a kid, so yeah, that's something different.
Oh yeah, a hefty weed habit, pretty much the same.
No, you guys are pretty different with your weed over there, eh?
Well, yeah, I mean, the smoking it with tobacco does change things. It's a weaker
That
and more
that is
constant.
so funny when the Americans hear that, eh? That like you can just hear their fucking brain cells popping. Like, what? 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 Tobacco? Like, what the fuck? Like,
Yes, I don't use much.
that's how we do it.
Do you do it with a joint as well, or do you have it? Well, you have it in a bong, don't you?
Mm, yeah, I usually smoke pipes.
But
I
like some
ne-
people have it with tobacco in a bong. Like I know people who have tobacco in a bong.
yeah, same me.
Mm. Oh, do you put the tobacco in a real mix and then put it in the bong?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
I usually make a mix. Like,
yeah,
so I don't know. I'll chop up like what, a couple of gram, maybe a gram and a half,
yeah,
and then probably put a whole cigarette with that. Like,
yeah, yeah.
but
Uh-huh. Yeah, it's just different how different do it. I just use a rolling backy and just do a little one skinner. And I just
just a little tiny one.
a little one, yeah. And then I don't put a huge amount of backy in, but I don't smoke fags, so this is like a cigarette for me.
Did you used to smoke ciggies?
No, I didn't.
No.
No, I got
Well,
on
see,
to weed.
yeah, I was going to say you're smoking the cigarettes through the weed.
I need to stop, but I have been cutting down. So I've got onto it now. Where in the morning at work, the last time I was at work, I did one in the morning, and I did one at lunchtime, and then I did one at sort of 2:30. Whereas before, I'd have had way more fags. So if I can
Yeah, I
get
was
onto
going to say
that's a good start.
you better not say that because the boys will jump all over that shit. Be like, oh, smoking fucking joints at work. Smoke, blah, 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 blah.
Oh, smoking joints at work. I'm not smoking joints at work. No, I do smoke cigarettes.
That's how it'll fucking end up. You what?
Yeah, I know they will. I'll let them think that. Yeah, I smoke joints at work.
Completely irresponsible, smoking joints while you're driving around, and
Yeah. Like when I think it was Nelda used to do it or Cyan, one of the two, and they'd be like, oh, go and look after your kid. Go and look after your kid. You're like, it's 3:30 in the morning. Like
been asleep since fucking 9 o'clock, dickhead.
what do you think I'm talking to you guys for 2 hours now? Like fucking idiots. It's like
Well,
what 10 o'clock or something for them.
I could swear I heard some. I think I got it all mixed up. I was listening to a stream the other night, and I thought I could hear like you could hear a noise, like you know how sometimes someone's got TV on or something,
Yeah.
and I'm like, I'm pretty sure there's a fucking kid crying in the background.
Oh
Like,
shit.
what the fuck? And then like Lewis is like, yeah, I'm going. I got to go.
Oh
But
yeah.
but the noise stayed on.
Mm.
Like I'm like, oh fuck, I think it's just like some glitchy audio sort of shit. Like
Yeah.
I was thinking, oh, he's gonna be spewing second stream back, and he's just got fucking sprung. Or what's his name?
Oh my god.
Fucking was it Blonde's kids getting into the fucking Christmas presents?
Oh yeah, that's brilliant. That.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, that
Good on
yeah. The
him.
missus is gonna love that shit.
I know. He said he was laughing his head off.
Yeah, see, sometimes I catch some of these or you can't go back, or if you stay in the stream, you hours past it, and then
Yeah,
you scroll back through and it's like, oh fuck, look, oh they were there, that was there,
that's what we have to do with buttocks as well, because everyone turned up for that. It was like Celebrity Squares from the sound of it. Like everyone went. So I was just there for like an hour at the end, and I was like, that's enough. Like that's like a stream, innit? Although we've been going 2 hours. It goes quick, doesn't it?
oh. Yeah, actually, it's probably not as long as that because I think it was running for fucking ages.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
that's
sorry,
why I
it took me a
called
while
it
to put
420
around.
because I turned it on at 420.
Oh, did you? Yeah, I was just having a smoke, and I can't remember what I was fanning around with. I was like looking at shit. My bang to the head. It's made a difference, but I think smoking weed does as well.
Yeah, say you ever been over to Amsterdam?
Yeah, I used to go a bit, but
isn't that just like a bus ride for you guys?
yeah, it was. Yeah, I used to go. It used to be cheap as well. You could go cheap, and you could stay cheap as well in hostels and stuff. God, I've been to Amsterdam a few times. Saw Radiohead in the Vondel Park in Amsterdam. It was amazing. So good.
Serious?
Yeah, my sister had just stopped smoking tobacco. It was around the time when the smoking ban came in, and she was trying to match me for smoking spliff, but smoking them pure. And she ended up in the Red Cross tent the whole of the gig, and I was just like, "I'll see you later." I gave her a sandwich, and I was off. I was like, "I'm not missing this."
I was gonna say, I was driving down the road and then saw this poster for it was a concert, like Mr. Bungle and Melvins. And I've
Wow.
gone and had a look at the price for it, and it was $220. Like,
What?
yeah, and it's not even like an entertainment. Like, it's not a big show. Like, it's just kind of in like a little place in the city.
Huh. What's that all about then? Is that like some sort of?
Well, I'm still trying to figure it out because it's going to be a sick show, but
Yeah.
I don't know if I've gone to a fucking catfishing site or what. Because I'm like, it can't be $200 for a fucking concert these days. Like, no way.
I was looking at fucking. No, it is though. What's his name? Andre Rieu. Do you know who he is?
Yeah,
He's
yeah,
like the
the singer.
housewife's favourite. Yeah, but he's playing like around the UK this year, and so I looked at it, and even the cheap tickets are like 200, 300 quid, and I'm like, oh, I'm still thinking about it.
Yeah, fuck. Maybe maybe I'm just getting old. I really wouldn't have thought like just a non. Like I remember, I went and saw like Roger Waters, like when he came around a few years ago.
Yeah, I remember when he did his rounds.
And that was only like, fuck, I thought they were only like about $150, $180 for like gold tier seats. Like,
yeah, I was under that illusion. I was thinking like I'd probably get one for like 100 quid each. You know what I mean? I was thinking that'd be the cheap tickets for the thing like that, but it wasn't. It was like 200, 300 quid for the cheap ones.
well, that's what I mean. Like, this is Australian dollar, like $200, $220 to see Mr. Bungle. Like, fucking hell. Like, be good.
It's been a few years though, hasn't it? So
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, but they've just toured. And apparently, that was shit hot.
Okay.
Yeah, he's got the. I don't know if that's the band that will bring here, but it's the guitarist from Anthrax and then the drummer from Slayer, as well as like Mike Patton, and I think it's still the guitarist and bass player. Like,
that's gonna be sought after. So yeah, you can imagine. Yeah, it's just a big show, isn't it? So
yeah, fuckers.
I'd go to that if I was you. Yeah, if I got the opportunity to go to that, I'd be going to that.
Yeah, I think I will, but yeah, I just don't know whether I'm getting fucking, I don't know, $200. Like,
I know, that's it.
It didn't even look like that legit of a site. Like,
yeah,
it wasn't like Ticketmaster or something. It was like Tickets for You or some sort of shit. Like,
go to the actual place and just go to the actual office, box office and get a ticket
That's
from
what
there.
I might. Yeah, because that's what I meant. It's only at like a little place in the city.
Yeah, just go in there and
So
talk to them.
yeah,
Do it.
yeah. Look, just give us $2.50, mate. We'll give you a ticket.
Yeah, that's it. Do it old fashioned. When you're paying that much money and it looks dodgy, I would. Because
Yeah.
my mate bought a load. What was it? It was a Prince. Remember Prince before he died? He did a tour or something, and a few people got scammed for Prince tickets.
No,
But did he
don't
not
know.
do that tour in the end because he died, and then they couldn't get the
I don't
refunds?
know.
Talking a
I
while.
forgot he died, to tell you the truth.
Yeah, I think he died.
Yeah, I think he has.
Nelson
I think I've seen him.
Mandela have been doing it, waving his magic wand again, like he normally does.
I don't know. I think I've seen him in a few shorts videos, so that means something's happened.
Oh no, it was ages ago. Oh God, don't tell me that he didn't die. It was ages ago. Oh God. It was like Michael Jackson. It was like the same thing. Like people booked the tickets and stuff, and then he died, and everyone had to
And they
get their
didn't.
refunds.
Yeah, well, that's right. He died before that big tour, didn't he, Michael Jackson? Like
Yeah, I think
they
Prince
were
died.
just keeping him alive to do tours.
Possibly they kept the whole thing alive so they could sell the tickets, and then they let it go. Who knows with him?
Yeah, it's like he just kept giving him shots there. Fuck, we'll get him through one more tour.
Jesus. Yeah, the old workhorse, get him going. Jesus Christ, poor lad.
Well, yeah, his doctor got done for all that, didn't he, Michael Jackson's?
Did he get done? I think the last I heard he was getting some, quite not a million years ago, and it had come back up and the doctor was getting questioned or something.
Yeah, I think he got fucked over. I don't know. Who knows?
God knows with all that shit. But you know about the whole story about, because I've there's a guy on YouTube who's got a story about Michael Jackson. It's fucking amazing. It's called An American Scheme. If you get a chance to watch him, do it. And he's got his whole story is about Diana Ross being Michael Jackson's real mum, and it's Michael Jackson's the illegitimate love child of Diana Ross and Smokey Robinson. And then she was like 15, 16 at the time. And they wanted to make her into like this star. So they were like, right, we've got to sort of sort this baby out. So they gave him to Joe Jackson. And that's why they made him into this star and like used him as a commodity, because he was given to them as a commodity.
Yeah, he wasn't really a kid. Like,
yeah, he wasn't their kid. He wasn't like, he was there, and they knew he was like star material because of who he'd come from. So he was like a workhorse, literally. And then that's what Billie Jean's all about. Apparently, that song Billie Jean's all about Diana Ross. And all that. Yeah, it's really interesting. The guy's absolutely fucking crazy, and he's got all this drama between him and the Michael Jackson impersonator community. So like, there's all this other side quest with him, but his actual story about Billie Jean is fucking great, and it's proper tinfoil hat shit, because he's like going through the different interviews and videos and like finding little clues and stuff. It's right good.
Yeah, there's heaps of funny little UK channels, eh?
Well, he's American. He is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't know many. I don't watch that many. I don't think UK ones.
Really. Oh, I did for ages there. It seemed like everyone was a fucking.
I used to watch the Australian ones, like I said, PK Truth, and Anaconda Malt Liquor. I don't know if you remember him. He was fucking amazing.
I think I've seen 2 other people with an Australian accent.
Really? Oh wow!
Yeah. Like, maybe my algorithms just twisted up. Like,
yeah, it's maybe the same for me. Like, there aren't many UK ones for me like that are any good.
It just like shuffles you around into some other fucking area.
Yeah, it must do. Like, you watched one video from one person once at the beginning of your YouTube account, and that's it. It's like they're all from there then.
Yeah, no, I remember just bouncing through this fucking. It was an Aussie streamer, but like, oh fuck, they were just going on to some like. It was sort of like memes, and they just like would stream about memes, and like, fuck, it was funny for a while, but it just got too busy.
Yeah.
It's like the chat's just going 100 miles an hour up the fucking screen.
His name. There's an Australian guy. What's his name? He's old and he's got. Oh fuck. I'll remember it and I'll tell you one day. But he's like, this guy, this Australian guy, had a right problem with him, and this other guy's like a self-help guru type thing. Who's quite famous. He's like old and he's got blonde. He's got white hair. Oh Jesus. Anyway, there was like this whole feud between these two guys, and all these other like streams and things spun out of it in this tinfoil, this like Australian tinfoil hatter community. And
It's a fucking nutters here.
yeah, fucking right, good. And they put me onto this guy, Jungle Surfer, but I haven't really watched his stuff that much. I think it was Tommy and that who put me onto him. He's an Aussie, I think.
Yeah, there's some fucking wild Aussies out there, I'll tell you that. I don't know about so much on YouTube, but there's some fucking loose cannons.
Yeah, fucking PK was the best. He really was. Like, if you can ever see his one about the Belgian markets, if you ever get onto the Discord, I'll send you the link to it if I can find it. But it was just amazing. He was like doing this, like he goes into this really detailed stuff about. I got into him through the Boston Marathon and stuff like that. He did the Boston Marathon. He did because at that time it was like the terrorist World Cup, weren't it? So like they were going everywhere, weren't they? Every fucking city in every country was getting one, and then they were getting to light up their memorials in once they'd had it done. So he was going through it with a fine-tooth comb, and it was a beautiful time. It was just before YouTube had its reshuffle, and it was just before like Pizzagate and around that time, and it was just the most amazing content coming from that guy.
Have you ever seen any stuff for the Chasers?
No.
They used to have a show called like the Chasers War on, like that's the name of the group, the Chasers.
Right.
And it was like the Chasers War on everything. But they just sort of do like random like they don't do the war on everything anymore. It's just like still like they still do little skits and stuff, but it's more like on YouTube they'll make videos around voting time and
okay, right on with Blackboard.
Oh, they're like full political, but they pull stunts and pranks and like they get themselves in some shit sometimes.
I'd be interested in Australian politics. I can handle other people's countries' politics, like, as long as I can hide away from my own country's politics. Because
they're just like everyone else. They're just pushing their view, but when say like when all that was happening, they dressed up as Osama and then like snuck into the G20. Like they used to do like stupid shit like that, and then they'd actually have like a funny show where they were kind of smart dudes, but
no, that sounds fun though. Yeah, I like when people try and have a bit of fun with it. That's all you can do, isn't it?
Yeah, but what I was going to say, what the loose Australians do over here, there's a few countries where they sort of get into it a little bit, where they call it all that free man shit.
And
that they do that here.
Has any you can hold though? Are there any success stories of that? That guy was a free man guy. He was promoting that free man shit. The guy I can't remember the name of.
Yeah,
Australian guy involved in all that shit.
Well, yeah, the Aussies are pretty heavy in it, but then so are the Canadians.
Live off grid easily, can't you? And the Canadians, so it's like it's easier for you to do it.
Yeah, well, yeah, I don't know, like I can pick that there's that vibe, like I don't know, you start to hear like some of the like flat earth talk and fucking elbow talk, and it's like okay, like I think I know some other channels that you guys might be like, that's not a Miko news.
It's more like the brand, isn't it? It's like, what brand do you follow at this point when it comes to that sort of media? Oh, that's someone next door doing, if you can hear it.
I've always just looked at a lot of that stuff like for what it is. Like it's entertainment, but you never know what's there. But yeah, like
there's so many layers to it as well, because you've got all that social side of it as well. Like we would say, like the different groups of people who spin off
Yeah, but see, I've
These things.
always looked at rabbit holes as like different to other people. Like, I've got a couple of mates that like I can't even talk to them. Well, I can talk to them, but not for as long as they can talk about all conspiracy stuff. And it's like once you turn them on, it's just like
Yeah.
2 days later they're still going, and it's just like, fuck, man. Like, I get it. Like,
Yeah.
eventually you get it, and then. But
Yeah. I mean, if they're
I've
in
looked at
a
rabbit
bit
holes
younger.
like entry and exit points, and it's just you don't
Yeah.
like you. It's where you're at. So the
Yes.
stories are
Definitely.
constructed where you may look at it, and that's like your very first day, and
Yeah.
it's like, oh, here we go,
It's
and
like a
you
solar
go,
system, innit? You orbit in millions of them, and then you come back round
well,
again.
it becomes an entry point.
Yeah.
So you kind of then go and look at another web page, and then next minute you've entered it. But then also you may be like, reading a lot of these sites for like the last 10, 20 years. And then you just hit one and it's just like, nah, I'm out. Nah, nah,
Yeah.
that's just
Yeah.
completely
True.
fucking bullshit. Like,
Yeah.
nah. And that's
True.
then your exit point.
My
But
exit point was COVID. I was
but
just
that's what
like
I'm saying. Like that could then
too
be
much of a
like if you
fucking
were
hot.
only say 18, that may be like your entry point.
Yeah, yeah. I'd had enough
But
by that point. That's when I found Amico because I was just like, yeah, fuck that. That's got too much for me now. I know we all know what's happening here. We all know what's going on. I don't need to watch this happen. There's nothing I could do about it. So there was a couple of things I watched, to keep my spirits up, but because it was funny, just like comedy stuff and people making observations and stuff.
yeah,
A bit of togetherness so that you didn't feel like totally alone and whatever. But other than that, it was just like head in the sand. Let's watch this. What's Tommy Tallarico been up to this week?
do you know what really? Well, not really, but we all get the same sort of news. But through COVID, like, well, our country was involved in it, but some of the biggest fucking drug busts went down,
Right.
like massive, like worldwide, like big stings,
I didn't know. Sounds to
and
reason.
that a lot of that went down in COVID. Like whether it was just all for like the time and place,
Mm.
but that's when they came through with that network. With they basically just sold them all dummy phones, but it went worldwide. Like it was this massive, massive operation from Australia,
Wow, I didn't know that.
which then, on the success of that, they changed all of our internet surveillance laws to like just some like we've got surveillance laws like worse than say fucking North Korea and like those places would just hack the
Wow.
shit out of you, but
Yeah, yeah,
here it's all like legal.
yeah.
So
It's
like
gonna
you can
gonna
like
do
for
it.
instance like we can be impersonated online and you like or you can have say all of your posts deleted, modified without your consent.
Jesus.
They can go through your phone,
What?
like your contacts, anyone like that you're associated with online. They can then impersonate you.
What?
Yeah,
Have they got
it's
other reason?
fucking crazy. Yeah, it's absolutely
Have
insane.
they said like under any are there some circumstances that will like make this like kick into play? Is this like
No,
under
it all became on the back of this
just all the
successful
time?
operation. They had a big successful
Oh,
operation,
geez. This is like coming to a country near everyone soon. This is
and
not just going to be you. Like this is going to be all of
well, the
us.
first operation was like I think it was our heavies like Australia,
Mm.
FBI, MI5, and we basically like hacked the fucking or broke the encryption. So
Right.
this became a big successful operation, and then on the back of that, they went have more powers. Like that was
Yeah.
good. here, we're going to open this right up. But we, like, yeah, they basically just, like,
That's
because
scary.
we've got those powers, it's like the FBI and all them, like, would just be using our powers. Like, yeah, it was fucking
That's when my
crazy.
blood's going
Like,
cold a little bit, that, because that's the future, innit? That's what I'm trying to work out, whether it's
I
like,
probably did it in my videos. Like, I talked about it for about an hour, like when it happened,
yeah,
and I
it's
was sort of like real fresh and all over it, and was just like,
fucking,
"Fuck, this is some hectic shit." Like,
this is how they're sneaking things through. There was that thing about the fucking World Health Organization as well, that they're trying to sneak through, and I think you've got to complain about it by May. I haven't done it yet, but I'm going to do it. And it's like they've just put it in, and they've just redacted whole bits of, like, within the realms of human, like, rights and stuff like that. They've just crossed that out and left it in. And like whatever's comfortable, like without causing pain to the person, that's just crossed out, and they're just putting that forward, and
it's
they're expecting,
gone.
yeah, it's just gone, but they're not even taking it out, they're just crossing it out. It's still in there, but you could just like see they've crossed it out. It's crazy. I'll put it up in my community post again, because I'll just keep repeating that, so I remember as well, to
So
do it.
you guys are a little bit different to us. Like, you've still got the prime minister and shit, but you've got the lords.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's been going forever. That's just ridiculous. I actually went all down under there once. Like, I went up the back of Big Ben. It was wicked.
Oh,
And
really?
yeah, it was so cool. And they've got their own secret sort of tube bit, and they're on tube station. They've got like this bit where you walk out. It's like, because Big Ben's between Westminster and some other bit or whatever, and it's all like proper, like old fashioned, with like stuff on the walls and shit. Like,
Yeah.
it's like just like it's always been, but like a nice posh floor. But like the walls are just like an old catacomb and stuff. Just the pathway going from this tube station to Big Ben itself, like, and that's all lords and all that crazy old fashioned stuff. Like, they're all connected, and
Yeah, well, once they're in that, like, aren't they always a lord?
something like that. I
Like,
think that I
once
can
you're
make
in
it
that,
something like that.
once you make it to it, it's like they're always there. They're like fucking 90-year-old men and shit. Like,
Yep, yeah. But they
yeah. See,
use it now, don't they, to as a political tool, so they can put it through, because they've got over those years, and obviously now these guys are getting a bit more easily manipulatable, you know, easily manipulated.
yeah, that's the word.
Yeah, like, you know the word I mean.
Yeah, yeah, I did.
They're
I was
just
trying to
getting
say
into
it at the same time, but I was drinking a beer. I could.
old people. They're getting turned into old people, and they're just being manipulated. And all they have you seen them when they're doing it? They're like walking. It's so abstract. I don't understand it myself. Like, they knock on the door, they bang their sticks. It's crazy. It is literally crazy. There's nothing more to be
Yeah.
said than that. Mental shit.
I
Like I was,
say, do they give a fuck about the king over there?
I don't know. I stay out of it. I stay well out of it. So they probably do, but only so much as they just use it. You know what I mean, for advertising and shit. So it was all the kids having kids was the big distraction of the last 10 years. You know, every time something needed pushing through or something needed distracting from, it'd just be like, oh, look, there's another baby. So that's what they
Yeah,
were using for a bit.
look at Harry. What's
Yeah, they're
Harry
just.
doing?
I have no. Do you know what? I've stayed. There's loads of shit to do with that, and I watch a guy called Sean Atwood, and he's been doing loads of royal stuff, and he
Oh,
gets
yeah.
this piss guy. He's good, actually.
I used
There's a
to watch him heaps.
Yeah, he's all right, isn't he?
Yeah, yeah, something's different. I was trying to think, like,
Have you seen him with Matthew Steeples though? He's the royal correspondent, and he was. I loved the streams with him. I've not seen one with him on for a bit, but I used to go on and used to like. I'd just be on there constantly doing that heart thing, you know, on the side, just
yeah,
constant.
no, I was watching. It would have been a couple of the Jimmy Savile ones,
Oh
but
yeah,
then before that, I think they were just like gangsters,
yeah, they were
like
good.
old London gangsters, and
The one with that
But
woman who's been a female prisoner, she was good. She was good, that one. And he did do some good ones. But now he's started doing more conspiracy stuff, classic conspiracy stuff. So he's doing the Madeleine McCann. He's just going through old stuff, really.
yeah, and they don't seem the same. Like, I don't know, like maybe he's dragging them out. Like, I don't
He's
know,
doing
like
more like a
something
stream than an interview, isn't he?
kinda like, whereas they used to be more like the other person talking. It's
Yeah.
like he kind of joins in a little bit as well, and like,
It's more of a
I don't
Q&A
know.
now, isn't it? Like with this chat.
Yeah, maybe I've
Than it
just
was
watched a
before.
couple.
But like that Matthew Steeples ones, the ones I used to come back from work and he'd be on. And it was at the time when I didn't, I think it was a couple of days where I didn't have my kid or something, and I was straight on the white clothes after work, and this guy was an absolute pisshead, this royal correspondent, and he was just getting more and more drunk, and he was like, he was gay as well, I think, and he always just went any which way but loose, but like as it was happening, because he was like in a shared house or something, people would be like coming past him like, oh darling and stuff. Oh, it was so good. Like, it was the best. So if you
Trying
ever
to
get
think,
to see,
there was another dude I used to watch. Is that DJ? But I think he was just on radio. Is it Tim Westwood?
oh fucking hell, I never watched
But
it. But,
he got in the shit, didn't he?
well, Sean was a DJ, wasn't he? Sean was like from the Ibiza days, I think.
I'm sure that's where I can
Manchester.
remember him from. Like,
Yeah, the Ibiza, Manchester times in the late 90s, early 2000s. I would imagine it was probably his time.
but whereas like Westwood was more like he was like rap, like hip hop.
Yeah. He used to do my, what's it? He used to do the UK version of, was it Pimp My Ride or something like that? No, was it just like,
That's what I meant. I don't know. I only ever knew him from fucking Mark B's CD. and
oh,
then like,
right.
and then like years later, I saw him on YouTube, and it was like had all these shows and was doing like,
Yeah,
yeah. But I
but
thought he got in trouble for something. Like, I don't know.
he ended up being a presenter on the Big Breakfast over here. The Big Breakfast was like a good TV show that was on in the morning. Well, it was good for a while and then it went shit. But like for a good few years, it was like Chris Evans, if you remember him, the ginger guy with the glasses, and then there was Gabby Roslin, who was
Some
like,
of these people I only know from them getting the piss taken out of them in Viz. To tell you the truth.
well they were massive. It was like when celebrity was like a big thing, you know, and people were still into that shit. And she was one of those. She used to be like a daytime TV housewife bullshit TV person, and then they just got her in with this crazy guy, and they had some puppets and they had just like fucking crazy shit, and it just went, and it was really good and really mental, and I think they had Westwood on around that time as like one of their correspondents.
Okay. Yeah. Well, that
You know,
makes a bit of sense.
yeah, just doing crazy like news reporting or something. It was just mental. So like just before work, you'd be going to work and it'd just be like the most mental shit going off. It was right good them days. It only lasted a few years though.
Yeah, we've had the same thing with a couple of radio, like with say like Triple J, where they've had like Merrick and Rosso, where they were just like their presenters for like 4 or 5 years, but they get popular.
Yeah.
And then they next minute they're doing fucking TV shows. They're doing and they're so far from what they were on the radio.
And if
like,
they were good, yeah, and that's the thing, those good radio people like Chris Morris as well. I don't know if you know Chris Morris's stuff. Like, so he did Brass Eye. He did.
Do you get much like Hamish and Andy?
No, not heard of them.
Oh, surprise! Oh, he's a real pretty boy. He's like married to fucking Megan Gale or something.
No, I don't know him. What they call? Hamish and who?
Hamish and Andy.
Oh, I'll put them on.
But they were just like a couple of radio dudes. But yeah, they're all, like they were all on our TV, like every fucking show, almost like.
Well, Chris Morris.
Any one of those panel shows, like any
right,
a comedian, they were just fucking on like.
That was like Chris Evans in the end, but then he ended up. That's what I was going to say. Like all those guys, because he ended up being a radio guy. I don't know if he started as a radio guy, but he ended up being like one of the main presenters on Radio 2, which is like one of the main radio shows over here.
Okay.
And he was on Radio 1 for fucking donkeys as well, like as the main breakfast DJ, like the prime slot. And they have loads of influence, like with the papers and the radio breakfast DJs. They kind of like the whole working world sort of are influenced
They
by that.
once they become popular as fuck, they are like
Yeah, that's it. And he was like
they're just
that.
on everything. It's like they're the new catchphrase. Like
And yeah, and he was all about the catchphrases and all that shit. Yeah, and I don't know if he's still doing it, but like he went into doing like loads of because they know how to do it, don't they? They're a bit more intelligent, those guys, and they do. That he like invested in stuff and got into doing like producing stuff. And I think he's got his own like production company.
well,
And
I think they're a little bit quicker on the mics than
I think they are, yeah.
than like normal TV presenters.
Yeah.
Like because they're kind of more behind the like they're ready to crack jokes on the
Yeah, and they
radio.
brought their shit to the table to get there in the first place. They're not just necessarily there just in happenstance, although some of them probably are.
Yeah, I think some of them. You're
now.
right. The looks like we got like Kyle and Jackie O, and all her claim to fame is she's got blonde hair.
Well, apparently, like Rylan, who's like one of the guys who's famous, and he's all right. Actually, I heard him on my mum's radio, and he's not so bad. It's for the old ladies and that. He's all right, but he's just famous for crying. I think on X Factor or something like that. He didn't even get through. He just cried and got famous. So he's like a radio DJ now, quite a big one.
What about that Tate fella? Was he ever a fucking big deal over there?
No, I don't know where he turned up from him. He just came on the back of Jordan Peterson as long as that's as far as I saw.
Because it seems like he's just been on all like the reality TV show, like he's like a UK TV star. Like
I don't know where he turned up from. He's from somewhere, but I don't watch that shit. I've not watched it for years. But the guy I'm on about, Chris Morris, he's from like the 90s. So he was like in local radio. I think it was like, I want to say Radio Norwich, but I think I'm just saying that because it's like Alan Partridge. But he's like all to do with those guys, like Alan Partridge guy. What's his name? I forgot his name. But like Charlie Brooker, who does Black Mirror.
Like all those comedy radio shows.
Like back in the night, really good comedy factory from them days. And they used to do some right shit on that local radio show, like getting banned and stuff back in the days of tapes and stuff. And doing like all this trolling and like fake news reports, and
that's a big UK thing. Is like that the pirate radio.
Yeah, well, it was like a pirate radio, but it wasn't. It was like BBC, I think. But he just took over.
It was like like they did a pirate radio show on like it wasn't a pirate radio show, like
that was those guys.
They were fucking off tap, like
it was mental. Like, and he's done some right good Brass Eye. And then he went on to TV, so he did the Day to Day as well. And I think, and obviously, I think he was in the Day to Day where he did. That's where Ali G came from, so he was their cultural correspondent or something. So it was just a factory, and he just came up with it. And Mr. Lizard, like that whole Mr. Lizard thing is from Mr. Lizard. That's Chris Morris. Oh yeah, he did like a radio show then, which was Chris Morris's show, which was different to his presenting, but he's a fucking legend, absolute legend.
Fuck, that was so popular when that Ali G shit came out.
Yeah.
Over here, we went bananas over that shit.
Ali G and fucking Alan Partridge.
Yeah, some of that, like that was, you would have had to have gone looking for it because we didn't have those on TV or radio or anything like that.
Yeah.
So you either would have known about it and had copies of it from people from England or something like that.
Yeah.
Or you just would have. Yeah, like now it's once the internet came, you just go and download it all.
Mm.
Like,
because
even still, some of the videos were hard to buy. Like,
Bo Selector was different. I'm getting Bo Selector mixed up with Ali G for a second, but no, he was later on.
I don't know. You're teaching me something. First, I remember Ali G was when he had just the show where he used to interview him.
Yeah, well, he was on it was like a TV show called The Day to Day. So if you get a chance to watch that, you should. And oh my God, I don't know if it's in Brass Eye. I think it's in Brass Eye, which is a series he had before, and there were other series, but I can't remember. But yeah, Brass Eye. He used to get like interviews with celebrities, like very much like what Ali G did later on, but like it was way more controversial. So like there was stuff about paedophilia, there was stuff about drugs, there was they did all of the things, and they'd get people who were like, it was before like Big Brother was bringing out celebrities and back into the throw as well. So he would like bring people back from like throwbacks to forever ago, that like old radio DJs and stuff, and get them talking about this fucking made up drug. And
Do you ever see like the Tom Green show?
no, I don't think I really did. No, I didn't really watch him.
Oh, that shit was pretty wild back in the day.
Are you doing the same stuff? Like,
maybe not so much with the celebrities, but that was just a TV show, like on some fucking like, you know how like America they got like their cable TV.
oh right, yeah.
It was just like some Canadian cable TV show that he started up. But yeah, I used to love that show. Some crazy shit.
No, I never saw it. I don't think at the time, and then I suppose
It was probably the first stuff that I'd seen on like proper TV that was like just wild.
Yeah.
Like just wild. Like he'd cut up a fish on his desk, like but with like a chainsaw, and it's just like what the fuck, like, and like I don't know, like he's got like a strange humor. It was like kind of the first of that dark alt comedy.
Yeah.
Where like, yeah, like he did a lot of his like maybe not all of them, but a lot of his good jokes he did later on in movies, but he did them on the TV show.
Right. Okay.
Like,
it's interesting to pumped all that out worldwide when it was just like one crazy guy doing it on a. Was it just that people took to it, like people just went mad for it or something? I can't. We didn't have any.
I think it just got on like MTV, and then.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. Around
it was
that
the
time.
crowd, because like they were all just like young kids in the crowd, and you might get covered in like feral raccoon or something, you know, like some wild shit's definitely going to happen. Like, there's like he'd bring in like a roadkill, like bags of roadkill and shit, and just like dump it on the desk.
Oh my god!
And then like just start cutting it up with a chainsaw, like almost like that Eric Andre, but way earlier, like. But
no, I don't remember any. I'd remember that. I think if I.
Yeah, I thought everyone watched Tom Green.
No, it wasn't a thing over here till later when he was in films and stuff.
Yeah. What about the dude from he's with that Garth Marenghi's. He's in Garth Marenghi's show.
Yeah. Which one? There's a few of them that are in
that.
the
guy with the announcer's voice.
Yes. Is that Matt Berry? I think he's called.
I don't know. I've never remembered his name.
I know, me too. I think I get him mixed up with someone else called Matt Berry, but I know and love him. Yeah. What's he called? He's
pretty much in that Rich. He does heaps of shows with that Richard A8 or however you say his name.
Richard Ayoade. Yes, that's it. They were like the second wave of that whole like group of people coming through, weren't they? Like that was like Mighty Boosh days as well. There was another buzz of comedy creativeness at that time, sort of early 2000s.
Yeah, well, that's why I'm just wondering, like, because that just sort of just popped out of nowhere, and then it was like you start going and looking, and it's like, oh, they did this show fucking years ago, and they did this show, and
there was those guys in the early 90s, like the Chris Morris lot, and then that turned into sort of like fucking Charlie Brooker and all his stuff now, like Black Mirror and all that. And then you've got in the mid 90s, it was all like fucking Vic Reeves and all that stuff. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
They were
and they were Mail.
Yeah, and then you had Oh, what are they? The League of Gentlemen were the big sort of group, and all those guys they all had to spin off. So that was in the sort of
I always liked the two from Young
late
Ones,
90s.
all the little shows that they used to do,
Oh yeah.
like
Oh,
like
Botter.
like Bottom. Yeah, and there was that other one with the with fuck. He didn't look anything like him. Um,
Oh, he was in loads of
Fat
stuff.
Cat
What's
Flap,
his name? Oh, Cat
Cat
Flap. I never
Cat
watched
Flap.
that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that.
I
Oh,
never
they
saw.
just got sillier as they went along, but
Yeah, I never saw Cat Flap. But wasn't Out to Be a Complete Bastard? Wasn't that Rick Mail? Wasn't it?
pretty sure. Yeah, fuck, he was heaps good, eh?
Oh, Rick Mail. I love Rick Mail. He's honestly, I proper love him.
Yeah, he was heaps good. He just
Yeah.
had like that real swami voice to him too. Like,
That's so good. He had the announcer's voice like that other guy, definitely. He was like, I kept the thing inside my moustache, I think it is.
oh, the dude that does like the IT crowd boss and stuff, like that Matt. You're saying Matt Berry.
Yeah. Oh
Oh, he's
yeah.
got the best voice. Like
Yeah.
you just hear him and he just sounds like a fucking theatrical opera dude. Like,
Have you seen Mighty Boosh? And he's in Mighty Boosh as well. He's
yeah, I never got into that one.
oh, it's so good. I love it.
Yeah,
Maybe
I know. Everyone loves it.
the music's too good. I love the songs. The songs are so good in that. Like the Frost, the Black Frost song's so good. That was my first Mighty Boosh thing I ever saw. Black Frost song.
Hang on, wasn't one of them in? Was he the dude in the cupboard in IT crowd?
Oh, I don't know. He probably was. Which one?
Like the emo looking dude.
Fielding. Yeah, he probably was. Oh, yeah, he was in the IT crowd, wasn't he? I,
You know how like someone used to
I
come out
was,
about every 10 episodes?
I was super stoned, but you're right, he was in it. But you wouldn't. I wasn't surprised to see him in there because of the company that were in there, the company that was kept in that program.
Yeah, well, see, I didn't know they were all like doing local shows and all that sort of shit. Like,
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, you don't notice. But yeah,
no, but
like I
then
only saw
it'd be
two
the same for
movies.
you guys. Like, where we've had comedy shows over the years, and it's like you do see them sometimes in movies, and it's like,
Yeah,
oh, it's fucking them two together again. Oh, fuck yeah! Like,
but we wouldn't even get it. Yeah, it's just like it would just go completely over. It's like cultural references,
some of
definitely
some
thought
of them are
about.
shows from the 80s, maybe
Yeah,
90s.
yeah, that's why I always stem it back to the Chris Morris stuff because I'm like, that's where it all started because you've got all the alternative stuff that I like anyway. You've got Steve Coogan and then all those other guys that I mentioned. Oh, and there's that other guy who looks really weird and he's not in it anymore. He's not around anymore. He had a right weird looking face, but he was in loads of stuff in the 90s. I've forgotten his name.
I don't know, but definitely the movies I never got their humor was those the Shaun of the Deads. Those two dudes. I don't I
Did you watch
don't know. Like I've watched a bunch of their shit. Like
Yeah, you watch the series when they had the series face. So good. It might not have aged that well now, maybe.
I don't know, maybe not. That's
I don't
yeah.
know.
I think I've only just watched movies with them.
Oh, the series is amazing. Oh, it was. What's her name was great in it. The female, well, both of the female characters in that are fantastic, and it was pre all that shit when it all went shit. But it's just a really good series. But like I say, I haven't seen it since the time really, so it might not have aged so well. But
Actually, one of the last shows I watched was, and it was bloody good. It was that one with Ricky Gervais in it, where he's in the old person's home.
oh, so good. Oh yeah,
I can never remember the name of it.
Derek. I was
Derek.
talking about it, and they said they didn't like it so much.
Oh, that's gold.
Oh, it's so good, but it's what's his face in it. It's all about the janitor guy.
His mate. He's so useless.
If you haven't seen it, watch a thing called Sick of It. It's so good. It's like two series, and it's very short. but it's Carl Pilkington. The whole series is just him. It's just him and him. It's like him talking to himself for like the whole series. Oh my god, it's brilliant.
No, the other dude I like the best is his useless mate, the one that lives there with him.
Oh, I don't know. I can't remember him.
Like he's got that moustache. He's just like wears the same trackies every episode. He's just like hanging around, like he's mates with Derek.
I think oh yes, yeah.
That's why I just can't get rid of it. I don't know, like they just like I laugh so hard at that show, and then like they handle all sorts of crazy topics. Like,
yeah, I liked it. I thought it was quite similar, like what we were talking about, Angry Boys. You know, it has that tugging at the heartstrings stuff, but which is why I think my friend didn't like it.
Yeah,
but
actually, that's what I started to tell you. I think I remember in messages or in comments before, and I forgot to mention it the other time. But you know how in those the Mucker Mad Boys,
yeah,
that's all based. That side of that is like nearly it's sort of based on like true gangs.
I know you were saying that. We did start
Like,
talking about that before. That's fucking mental. I was going to use that. I remember I was going to make a fucking animation about that.
Yeah, well, if you look like the Atherton brothers, like Kobe Atherton,
Yeah,
and he was like he's still a sick surfer, like, and he's kind of Blake, and
wow.
like he was a legit shit
Kobe
hot
Atherton.
surfer. Yeah, Kobe Atherton.
And did people die in this out of interest?
Well, they were sort of riding that. If you've ever heard of the Cronulla riots, like they were all a big part of that. It was like this big fucking race war.
Oh right.
Like that went down. Like it was only like in the 2000s.
Because they're racist, aren't they? These guys, right? Am I right?
Oh, they're just kind of fucking idiots. Like they're in for everything.
Yeah.
And they just sort of like they just bashed a bunch of
Jesus.
like Lebanese dudes.
Yeah. That sort of shit.
But like how they're like the Mucker Mad Boys, like they're the Bra Boys.
Right,
like Maroubra. And yeah, like that Kobe's like a full on pro surfer, and when you sort of look at this, they've actually made a movie about themselves.
Well, see, my friend is she does these really cool like recreations of like things, but with The Sims. She does it like with The Sims, and then she'll do like the historical story behind it. So I'm thinking like this is a good one for her. But one of her criteria is normally, I think, is murder, that there's going to be a murder involved. So I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
But I wonder if she'd recreate it with The Sims. She might do if she's got the right mod for it and she wants to get out the surfer mod or something. She might do.
I don't know. But yeah, some of his shows are fucking awesome. They're the funniest shit.
Wow. Yeah. So he does shows as well, like Kobe Atherton guy. He's on.
No, they made a movie.
Oh, they did a movie, right?
Like on their life, like he's like a big wave surfer, like.
Wow, yeah.
And yeah, like they ended up getting in heaps of trouble. Like there is murders. Like him and his brothers all fucked up some dudes.
Yeah. I was
and that's what was going. That
in the show in Angry Boys, I'm sure they do.
Yeah, and then he gets released, like, and that's when he goes real nuts on the big wave surf, and he's got like a time in between court, and he's just like, right, we're going hard, and
because that's what
thing,
isn't it? Yeah, because he comes back from something, and he's come back from prison or something.
Oh, his nuts got shot off.
Oh, that's right.
He's coming back from shooting his nuts off. It's a little bit different, but it's fully based on the Bra Boys. Like,
wow, I need to watch it again. I forgot about his nuts getting shot off, but I'm sure there was some allusion. There was something to do with a murder or something. It didn't seem surprising. That's why I was thinking it might be a good one.
They kind of go more on like they're fighting against the other beach.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah,
like that rivalry, which is
yeah.
kind of how the Bra Boys are. It's like they own Maroubra.
Wow.
And yeah, they're a pretty big fucking crew.
How
Like,
old are these guys now?
oh, they'd be 50s. It's like
Jesus.
it's the whole town is just like that. It's been like that since the fucking 50s. Like
It's
it's
always
just like a
acolyte with
little
them.
wild little surfy town, like just off the edge of Sydney.
Wow, it's just all those guys. It's like a cult, really. Then, isn't it? It's just everyone who lives there is one of
Pretty
those.
much, yeah. They're like you're either related to the brothers or you've grown up in that little town. And
Mm,
apparently, like their mother or their grandmother used to kind of like take in like street kids and like, yeah, if you needed a place to stay, you could stay at like the brother's house.
you're right. Okay.
It's oh yeah, like but it's they're fucking wild. Like it's crazy
Yeah,
shit.
you would be quite influential, wouldn't you, as a kid, growing up in that environment? If it's a small town, because like you'd know everybody, you'd have a connection to most people in there.
It's just how it goes. And but
Mm,
then on the flip side, like he was one of the most photographed surfers for fucking years. Like
right. Okay. So he earned
you know,
that. Yeah.
yeah, like he'd just take like we're going surfing over in this country and just take his boys. But then on the flip, like yeah, they are just like gangsters over here. They were fucking bad. Like
Yeah. Yeah, I need to do that. I was thinking about that the other day, thinking about the Blake, using that Blake thing, because I did want to use it. Might have
so
passed
you
it.
still got to. How are you going with these Christmas videos?
I'm like 8 behind or something. No, do you know what? I've got like 3 of them and pretty much ready to go. I just keep finding other things to do. So I was going to do it tonight, but I've ended up chatting to you, and having a white claw. But I'll do a bit later because I've got today off. So
What software do you use
I'm using Lightworks. So
to
it's all
make the
free.
vid? It's all free,
Yeah.
but do you
It's
have
got,
to do it online?
uh, I think possibly to get access to all your shit, it stores it
Like to
online.
get all the good overlays and like all the cool effects and shit.
Oh, all those good overlays. Now just download all of that shit off YouTube. You don't get anything on that thing. Oh, the effects and everything, they come on the thing for free. You know, like I do the James Campbell, the James Campbell filter thing. If I can get away with it, I'll use it because I love it. Which is like just changing the colour into the colourful bathhouse sauna filter. That comes free.
Yeah.
That comes free with it.
I remember the cool trick I was learning was like I thought I was so fucking cool learning it, where you do the silhouettes and it just like crops the whole silhouette and I was just like, oh fuck yeah, like sick.
I just got
And
into that recently with the buttocks video that I did. I was learning that with that. You can tell from the video, I'm like, actually can see me like changing the levels and tested it out on the thing. I just recorded it. I was like, fuck it. Fine. Yeah, that two-tone, I love it. It's a right good effect. I use it on everything. I don't use it, but I always put it on to see what everything looks like in it.
I just got kicked out.
Kicked out?
Yeah, it just went beep and then I had to press play on my screen. Hello?
Hello, I can still hear you.
Yeah, but I couldn't hear you just a second ago until I hit play again.
Let's have a look at YouTube and see if it's still running.
Admittedly, I haven't touched my phone for about the last fucking hour and a half.
I think if I just write hi. Oh god.
So we upset the chat.
Did we?
We bored them.
Oh well.
What a shame.
Well, we had a nice chat.
Yeah, easy conversations.
Yeah. Well, if they gave us a topic, we could have discussed it, I suppose.
Oh, there were a couple. Volp just wanted everyone to talk about fucking Ricardo, so I don't know what he's going on about. I swear I'm going to get that fucker on mic
Yeah, if anyone can get him on. Why talk about Ricardo though? I don't even know what Ricardo's been doing. Nothing, probably.
Don't know. I've gone to a couple of them, but I'm blocked, so I don't. I don't watch anyone. I used to,
Mm.
but yeah, no.
Well, I'm so behind with the things that if I'm gonna sit at my computer at any point, I'm gonna do those because I'm like, it's just a case of polishing them off. Like I've got 3 ready to go, and then but I just don't want to spam them because it's just unless I put them all back to back and just do one video with all 3 of them on, I might just do that.
You
Yeah,
can upload, what is it, like 10,
yeah, can you
and then just dump them out.
just dump 3 in one go? And then I'll be at what am I on now? I'm on like 15, and what are we on? The 20th, so I'm 5 behind. So I've got 3 ready to go, and I've got 2 ideas, which I can't remember at the moment, but I think I've written them down. So there's been lots going on. It's like choosing what to put, you know.
Yeah, I should fucking start playing around with it again.
Yeah, it's free. Go for it. Like Lightworks is super easy as well. I was telling Vic about it. He was saying about putting the faces on things, and it's like I was stuck on that for ages. I used to get Evil to do it for me, if he would do it for me, and he did. He used to be a right gent about it. Bless his heart. And it's just so easy. It's like I'll show you the video, and that's what I said to Vic. The video, when I saw that video, it just was like, oh, and it's a minute long. And this guy does minute long tutorials, and it's just like, oh, you just need to click on this, and it's about putting the icon. They put it down as icon. You put the icon on top of it, and it's the key to everything.
Yeah, I could do all sorts of little tricks, but it was more, I have problems with my internet,
Yeah,
and the software I was using, you had to be online. So like sometimes like it just, I don't know, I think I was having dramas with my VPNs, and
right.
like I just wouldn't be online. Like I'd just be booted off for fucking half a day at a time, and I'd just sit there trying to connect. And in the meantime, you could only use like little bits of the software.
That's basically the same on this. Yeah, you'd have a very limited. And if you've
Yeah,
got stuff loaded up already, you might be all right, you know, for some of your files and stuff to work on. But if you were needed to load anything up, you'd be fucked. Like, yeah, it's all online. This.
yeah. See that they may have been the same. That was like Photoshop and that.
Yeah.
I'm sure it was still Photoshop. Like,
Well, I didn't bother with Photoshop because I was like, well, I've got to learn how to do it, and I was like, I may as well learn on the free one. And then I do a pretty, you know, what my style's like, a bit shitty and shoddy as well. I like it to be a bit like that, so it's like I don't really need it to be too fancy. It just looks more cheesy if you make it too fancy, in my opinion. Unless you do a really good.
I used to just love my black screen. It was
Like,
like no one watches videos fucking anyway. Like,
I like doing it
yeah.
though. I like a collage. It's like I used to make pictures together when I was a teenager, you know, from magazines and stuff. Cover like.
Oh yeah, no. Sorry, this was more for like when like half-hour rants and stuff.
Oh yeah, the black
And it was
screen.
like just the black screens were just like perfect because people are just going to put it down on their car, like the
Yeah.
passenger seat or whatever. Or
Yeah, I don't. Sometimes I make an effort with the thing because I might want to say something else with it as well to like double up the messages, so it's to save
yeah.
stuff for further
See, I
down the
used
line.
to try to do like cool thumbs. So I was like,
Mm.
yeah. But what I'm spewing about is like I've got copies of all my videos, but it was the descriptions,
Mm.
like, and what I'd actually called the videos.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, fuck, I used to do some wild shit. Like, I can't even think of like where I was even coming up with some of them. Like, they were just like the most randomest descriptions. But somehow it would have like the slightest little tinge to do with the video,
Yeah,
or like maybe like
Albert style, like completely.
yeah, or like the description might be describing like what's actually happening, around with a few of the channels, but then there's nothing like that in the video.
Oh, I vaguely remember some people talking about that maybe at the time.
Yeah, like I never wrote them down, and I didn't. But you don't save those, and same as
No.
the streams. Like I didn't save like the streams. It was like, oh fuck, like I got a couple of them that like I did, but yeah, like I wish I'd really fucking kept me descriptions because
Mm,
like I was smoking
there's a
so
lesson
much
there.
fucking weed. That was like prime COVID.
I don't bother with the descriptions for mine anyway because they're only little. So they're just
See,
like,
even if I did a little one, I'd like that'd be a long description, and
yeah.
it'd just be like some, oh, yeah, like some of them were like senpai stories, and then there was others where it was like shit was popping off on like the corner of 134th Street, and he's like just like
It's a really cool idea, actually. It's a wasted opportunity. A lot of the time, I just like to just keep it clean. But you know
well,
what? It's a good opportunity. I could do like a running storyline and just random story.
well, that's kind of what like they would pick up, but then like I might not use that one for another 5 or 6 videos,
Yeah.
and then like I'll pick back up with like senpai gets noted, like yeah, just and it was all just like tropey sort of shit,
Yeah, just
like
random shit.
well, and some of it I think was just like whatever shorts I watched that morning, and it's
Ah,
like, oh, okay, there's a theme,
no,
cool, like here we go.
isn't it? And also, it's a bit like the soundtrack of your life as well, isn't it? You get that memory as well, and a bit of an archive of where your thought process was in a past time. It's
Well,
quite
that's
cool.
what I mean. I can't think back because that's what man. I was
Yeah,
prime COVID, just
just doing
bong
it.
and solid. Fuck, like I had some wild strains back when I was making them.
Yeah, I
Like,
completely missed all that. I was like half and half doing it. I think that was just when I was like coming to Evil's a bit, going to Darius's, and just I was moving house and doing a hell of a lot of shit at the time during COVID.
I was pretty much just growing weed.
No, but
There
you
was
just go
nothing
out.
else you could do with it. But then, admittedly, they'd unleashed all the medical marijuana here,
Oh right, yeah,
so everything just became a bit cooler.
yeah. So you can just grow it and don't have to worry about anyone knocking on the door or anything.
Not as much as you used to.
Mm.
Like, yeah, and then like it's getting pretty popular now, the medical shit over here, because it's cheap.
Oh, is it? I suppose it is. I suppose it's easy to manufacture. No
Well,
transport costs.
it just gets cheaper. Like I don't know, like every time someone gets one or something, or it's like you hear about a new one, or you following it on Reddit, and they just keep coming out with like. When I first started getting it, it was like about 3 different types you could pick from, and that was it. That was it. And like now, fuck, there's got to be like 400 or 500 different types of flower.
What?
Yeah, like it is insane. And it's like all proper packaged, like comes in its own container.
500? Is it like a big
Oh,
superstore?
maybe like the portal that I use. There's got to be at least 200 or 300 strains that you can pick from on there. And yeah, there's other clinics like yeah,
Life Express.
yeah. I'm surprised that you guys don't have it.
No, it's all illegal still.
Yeah,
They're working
like
on it. They're working on
see,
it,
they've
but
legalized mushrooms here.
they did for a while here, and then they took it back off the menu. We had a good time though while it was here.
Yeah, they may do that here.
I
Well,
definitely. I
like,
don't
sorry,
feel
not
like
legalized, like medicinal mushrooms.
medicinal mushrooms. Well, yeah. I mean, they're good for
Like,
your abdominal. They use it in Japan, don't they? Or they use. I read it in a book anyway. They used to use it in Japan for toning up your abs because you'd just be laughing all the time.
well, yeah, like how wild would the medical grade mushrooms be? Like,
Well, where are they grown and
fuck.
what's going there, like, because I mean, when you think about like spiritual stuff and the spiritual side of mushrooms and stuff, and where it comes from, like, I'm a bit like, there's a difference in when you have the mushrooms that are from your area, that you drink the water, you know, you're from the earth of that area, and then you have the mushrooms from the area, and then you have the ones like, for me, it'd be like the Mexican mushrooms, which are grown in this country probably, but you know, they're from a different area in the world, so it's a
Well,
completely
that's what I
different.
mean. They may just be like because it's all through your doctors and stuff. So maybe it's just like a prescription to microdose or something.
It could
But
be,
you
yeah.
you get a prescription and you fill it out and you get mushrooms
You get
somehow,
actual the full-on mushroom, not like
or you
processed, you know,
get cybacillin,
psilocybin.
psilocybin.
Silly Simon, we used to call it.
But that's what they've unleashed is medical, like medicinal through your doctor, psilocybin. So yeah, I don't know how it
Has
works,
that
but
what's been going on?
it's pretty crazy shit.
Has that been happening for a while, that? Medicinal
About
psilocybin.
12 months. Yeah, it started about 12 months ago.
And what sort of scenarios would require psilocybin to intervene? Like depression and stuff like that, is it?
I think it was like extreme PTSDs and anxieties.
I did see some research a few years back, I think it was, about people doing stuff about that and saying that it helps people, and it does help. It does help because they teach you some lessons that you can't avoid. Get some guidance as to how to take those lessons, though, because I mean, if you're a bit fucked and you're not strong in yourself and you're taking mushrooms without
That's what I
guidance,
meant. They must surely check shit out.
are you getting
Like,
prescribed shaman alongside this
I
mushroom
don't
trip?
know. It's not me. Like, I'm just reading up on current
No,
affairs.
the hypothetical, what
In
you?
that, I just keep my finger on the pulse on
Yeah,
scenes. But
crazy
yeah, no,
though.
I don't know. I could only think that like it'd be some sort of microdose, or
It's got to
either
be.
that, or like when they do hook you up, maybe they like take you away for a fucking weekend or
Yeah, like
something, like to
or
a
some
retreat or something, and like you
part of a
maybe are a
therapy.
little bit under lock and key or
Yeah,
minded, like
as part of a therapy, like, but
yeah,
I mean,
and
I've
they
heard
just
nothing
blast
about
the fuck out of you on mushrooms and then
it.
just like take you to a farm. Like, I don't know.
Maybe. Sounds all right. I pay good money for that, to be fair.
I remember trying to
We're not
in
with a load of
COVID
fucking
trying to
good.
the mushroom kits, like
What
the
mush?
little grow your own little mushroom kits you can buy.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, well, I found a site and it was like, oh fuck yeah, done all the orders and it's like they don't ship to Australia. It was like, oh get
Yeah,
fucked.
it's
Like,
like with his Blue Lotus or whatever it was. Blue Lotus
but then
flower.
they had those other. Oh, they look like truffles, or they are truffles.
The tripping truffles.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah, like the crazy truffles.
they're just like round mushrooms. I've had them before. They're like bluey grey.
Oh no, these things look all sorts of fucked up. Like
I've had
they look
truffles.
like little multicolored like truffles.
No, I haven't
But
seen them. I think I've heard of
they're
truffles before, though. I've heard that they fucking take the top of your head off. I've heard of truffles.
yeah,
I've never had
yeah,
them.
yeah. Well, that site had those. They were fucking.
Wow, they'd never ship here. They used maybe you can get. No, I don't know if you can, but you used to be able to get Mexican stuff on delivery here. Mexican mushrooms.
Yeah,
They were,
no, we can't.
they were legal in
Yeah,
Amsterdam as well. I'm not sure if they still are. Had some
yeah.
time on them on mushrooms.
You do get them naturally around.
Yeah, I haven't been
Like,
picking for a few years.
yeah, yeah. There's plenty of areas to pick them over here.
What do you get? What sort do you get over your side?
Gold tops.
Liberty caps. Like
I
the
don't
points
know that.
got a little nipple on the top of them and they're like gold.
Kinda. Yeah, no, they're not nipply on top.
Okay, all right. We get a little nipple on top of ours, little point, like a little pixie hat.
Yeah, no, they don't. No, they look like a flat mushroom.
Right, okay, I know which ones you mean. Yeah, the round
And
heads.
like
So
little more
yeah.
just browny goldy colour, but they
Yeah.
go purple.
Oh, do they? Yeah. Yeah, after the frost. If you get
No,
frost.
once you've touched them.
Oh, right. Wow. Do they?
Yeah, well, that's how you pick the good ones.
Okay. I didn't know that. That's interesting.
Well,
Oh,
that's what
I
we're...
like some gold tops. Yeah, we have Liberty caps, and they're gold, but you get blue. They go purpley blue after the frost, and they're called blue meanies, and they will teach you the lessons. And it depends
Yeah,
where
no, they're not the blue meanies. Or the purple we did have those.
purple meanies. Yeah, the
Purple
blue.
meanies. Yeah, the blue meanies are from the Beatles. Sorry.
Yeah, but that's it.
Yeah,
Well,
well, they are the blue meanies.
they're named after the blue meanie mushrooms, which
Yeah,
are
they are blue meanies.
after the summer, after the frost, and the first lot of summer mushrooms has come through. You get the blue ones, and they're the
Yeah,
ones
that's in
like.
a different area. Like, I do know those ones, but that's not where I am. Yeah, they're fucking wild, them things. Yeah, no, there's generally, when everyone talks mushrooms over here, it's the Goldie tops. No one would be getting those blue meanie fucking things no more.
Are they big? The gold tops.
Not really, no. No, they look like the little ones that you see Mike Tyson smash.
I haven't seen that.
There's videos of him just smashing
mushrooms.
handfuls of them. But when you pick them, they go like, that's how you pick whether it's like, because there's ones that look like them that aren't them.
Yeah.
But they fucking look heaps like them.
Yeah.
But the real ones go purple. So once you've like picked it, and like basically as soon as you've kind of handled it and picked it, it goes like a purpley tinge.
Right. Yeah.
And then they're the fucking crackers. Like,
I have come across mushrooms that do that before. I don't know if they're the same ones. Probably not. Just some different ones. When you pick them, they go like a brown colour after being like gold. But
most mushrooms, they go like, they start dying.
well, yeah, that's it. I mean, that one. Those ones, though, when you dry them out, sometimes the Liberty Cap ones, they'll just stay gold.
Really?
But then a lot of the time when it's been raining, they'll just be like a colour of a slug. So there's two different forms.
Yeah, see, I wish we had those like cool looking ones like the Americans, like where they just look like trippy mushrooms.
I wonder if they have the same ones that we have.
Those aromat. I don't know. There's like the red one.
Oh, the fly agaric ones. Yeah.
Like, they look fucking wild. Like,
that's like
actually,
you have to fast for 24 hours to have that shit, though. I think it's like maybe 2 days.
Oh.
It's one of those big missions ones. There's fly agaric, I think, if you have it properly. I think you have to I'm not sure if you might have to have that with something else as well, like another herb or something. I'm not sure.
The couple of times I've had like really good blasts on mushies have been at big parties.
Yeah.
But everyone's just like there's just a big pot full of the juice.
Yeah.
And everyone's just like smashing cups full of it, and it's just like you don't know what's what by the end of the night. But they've always been like long. It's always like fucked us. We then had to like walk fucking hours home.
Yeah.
Just totally just fucking munged.
When we were doing that, there was this one guy who was just nuts because he was like on a permo, so he'd like took too many when he was at university, and he would never touch any of it. So we would just all be massively tripping, and he'd be like the designated driver, so he'd drive us around places, take us to interesting things, set things up, like get the he was like my sister's boyfriend, but like
he'd set like everything cool.
Yeah, like I remember him putting Pink Floyd on and putting the fan on, and then having a bubble machine on the fan. So it was fucking amazing. That was amazing. And then I think he put Charlie Parker on and put the bubbles on as well. That was fucking amazing. I'll never forget that. But like shit like that, if you've just got someone who knows what they're doing and you're just like all like rolling around the place.
Yeah. Yeah, we always had pretty good, not always good experiences, but pretty good heads around us.
Yeah, that's it. Makes a difference.
If we're lucky, we're kind of probably the younger guys, younger people, like the people that they were a little bit older than us. But yeah, no, like, yeah, real cool.
Yeah, it makes a difference having just that a little bit older people around, just around the.
Fully. Well, I did move around a bit, but I did move to another area where it was like it became fun to kind of like trip people out. It was like you'd go to a party and it's like instead of everyone kind of having fun, like, you know, someone would be trying to like tweak someone out, and it's like, dude, like, fucking chill. Like, he's smashed like 2 tabs, cunt. Like,
Yeah, that's a bit like that, though, isn't it? That's what this place is a bit like.
Exactly, 100%. Like,
yeah, it's no chill in the park, is it? Like going and sitting and chilling with people with these guys about, like.
no, like you're just not going to be able to walk off from the crowd and just go sit down by yourself for half an hour.
Yeah, although that's what we've done today, and that's cool. You know, we can do that.
But I don't know. I don't even listen. I didn't hear them say shit. I don't care, like, whether they watch my stream, like, whatever. If they do, like, well, then they've just listened to 3 hours of just people talking, like, whatevs.
Yeah.
Was that? But they'll get little they'll like, someone's gonna like click in and it's like, hear us talking shit, like that random 30 seconds.
Yeah, so
like, yeah, nah, fuck, there's got to be more of it.
I'm on a pill.
There's got to be more of it. Just scrub forward, and it's like, oh no, they're just talking about fucking normal mushroom shit. Like, what the fuck? Like,
yeah. Oh my god. Yeah, they'll just be bored because they'll be thinking, oh, they're gonna slag one of us off at one point. It's like, nah. It's Christmas. I've got fucking advent calendars to do, so I'm gonna finish this spliff and then I'm gonna bugger off and
yeah, I've got to make a feed. I literally just walked in the door and cracked a beer, and then it was like, oh, are you streaming? Like, oh, okay. Fucking rightio.
Well, thank you very much. It was very cool. Nice,
that's all right. No one came.
I know.
No one likes me.
I didn't fucking. I didn't promote it though. I was shit again. I should have done it with the fucking. I didn't say. But they knew that you were streaming there.
Shit producer.
I am. I'm sure. Promotion. Next time I will. I promise. I think Blonde's in bed by this time anyway. Normally, he's tucked up in bed.
Yeah. Well, I didn't even realize he was Canadian. You fucking gotta watch them crazy Canadians.
Oh, they're the best.
I've seen enough Trailer Park Boys to know there's always fucking shenanigans going on.
Exactly. That was part of the thing that kept me with the Darius stuff. I was like, oh, look, all the Canadian shit. Yeah, man. Like, it just added an extra layer of pizzazz to it to me. I fucking love Rush. You know what I mean? They were like my favourite band for years. So like, I was just like, yeah.
It almost became like Trailer Park Boys, where like one of them would just it seemed like they just get pissed on stream and then just go and fuck with the other one for fucking a couple of weeks.
It was
Trailer
Park Boys.
And then like next minute fucking Canadian Gamer's all pissed up and he's over fucking around on someone else's channel.
Yeah, and you had Cyrus, but it was a different Cyrus, but you had like the equivalent turning up and shooting up people's. It was fucking Darius.
I used that as I used to say that to Dean for fucking ages, like that Cyrus, like that fuck off, I got work to do.
Yeah.
And like that would be like me last comment. And I don't think he ever clicked. Like he just kept saying, like, you keep saying you're going to work, like you ain't employed. I'm like, oh dude, like that's a Cyrus joke, bro. Like
yeah, they just don't get it. And then like 6 months down the line they'll bring it back up and you're just like, it was a joke then. Like, what? bloody hell. They're so
And they're
new.
not even real good to begin. It's like,
They're so
and they're
new.
not even real good to begin. It's like, well, you can't just go and say, go watch the fucking Cyrus highlights. Like, you got to sort of have been a fan. Like,
You either know it or you don't. But like, well, that's the thing, isn't he? He's not the geek that he made out he was, and that's all there is to it.
oh, he's got some comic books.
Yeah, that's true. But that's not where everything was at, was it? At that time.
Yeah, fuck his comic books.
Yeah, that's it. That's Tony's ends. He's from Tony's ends. We weren't. I never really messed with. Well, I did a little bit. I went over to Tony's when Carl was there and Gary was there and all them days because it was funny. But then
I did, but I didn't really chat. I never really commented that much over on them streams. I sort of. That was probably one where it's more like Blondo, where there was more happening listening.
Yeah, I was listening to it a lot instead of commenting. I did quite occasionally comment and say hello.
Because you have that fucking Gary just like making some stupid hot take, and then they just bash the fuck out of him for the next hour and a half.
Yeah.
And it's like, it was funny enough just listening.
Yeah, so I just used to be going in and out of that, I suppose. But I never messed with that whole side of things, like Tony's side of things, really. I was never bothered about all that.
Well, see, I still am. I was convinced that Gary dude's fucking RGT. Like, I could have swore that's that same dude. Like
Gary?
RGT.
Oh, right. Really?
I don't know. Like, I did used to think it back in the day. Like, and then he kind of got swapped for Carl. And then he never really come back the same.
He turned up. Gary turned up.
Like, that's the dude that'd be sitting there fighting with the kids, like telling, like you could hear them just like cutting sick in the background. Like,
yeah, big time. No, Gary turned up on the Discord, I think, when we first made it. If I'm not mistaken, I'm trying to remember back in the mists of time. But I think he turned up for a bit, and then I think Carl started on him and gatekept because he was gatekeeping that Discord. He tried it with Evil as well. He was doing all crazy shit. Yeah, man. He tried. He didn't get away with it.
Yeah. Well, see, I swore he was fucking RGT85. I fucking swear it was. It sounded like him. And
I'll have to go back and check.
Hey?
My memory is fucking shit. I'll have to go back and check and see.
Well, because he was right into all that Amico shit. And I don't know, like, I was always sus when I never saw people on camera. And I was like, I don't know, I think that's that fucking sound. Like, just sounded
Gary was on camera a couple of times, though, I think. I remember seeing Gary. He had, grey hair, didn't he? Greyish hair.
Oh, well, that's not RG. He's got a little funky man bun.
Gary could have had his hair in a man bun, to be fair. He had longish hair. It was like curtains, like up to his chin.
You'd know RG too.
I recognise the name, but my brain's not reminding me of that name. Looks super familiar, but I'm just like, who is that person again?
He does like the frog faces in his videos. He used to cover heaps of Switch stuff.
I know the name. I do know it. I do know the name, but
well, he used to love the Amico drama. Like, not the news, the drama. Like, he actually had a couple of videos, like, and then he just might do one every fucking 6 months sort of thing, like, or every few months.
Oh yeah, that guy. Yeah, I remember him. Gary, give over.
Where that's Gary.
Oh, I know what you mean. Oh yeah, the frog face.
Doesn't he look like a Gary?
The guy with the eyes and the fucking, oh dear, yeah. I never watched it. Like, just by the thumbnail, it's just not my bag at all.
No, it's cringe shit.
Yeah, I can't be arsed with shit like that at all.
Let's see, he's got a few subs. Like,
Is it?
Yeah, he was sort of pretty popular for a little while there.
Yeah, I do remember. I think I remember Darius laying into him a bit and this, that, and the other. And him coming into the comments and stuff, maybe. Maybe at Rick's even. Did Rick used
Maybe.
to...
No
Have
one
you
would
been
really
over
lay
to Rick?
into it.
Have you been over
I don't
there?
know anyone that laid into him. Like,
Oh, really? All right, maybe not then.
not really.
I know his name then. I'm sure someone did.
Because he's
I'm
on like, well, he was on Spawn Wave with like that
Oh, was
vintage
I?
gamer and yeah,
Ah,
and Dreamcast guy. Or
yeah, that's
Dreamy.
it. Oh, right, yeah. Well, he got some
Actually,
shit.
they were probably some of the dudes that I might have even got dragged in with Rick. Because he sort of went off on a
Yeah,
tear on
yeah.
that Dreamcast guy towards the end, eh?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
think he
him
did
and
do
him.
some stuff about this guy. I'm sure he did. That's probably where I know him
Probably.
from.
He's been
But
a shit
apparently,
cunt.
Rick's been doing. Oh, I'll have a look now. But he's been doing apparently well. I saw it on Ricardo's chat when I popped in after when Buttocks was streaming, and Rad Rob was saying that Radical Rick is covering the Completionist and doing really well. And I was like, cool.
Yeah, see, I don't know. I feel out of some sort of loop because I'm fucked if I know who that fucking Gerard dude. I don't know.
We're getting 16.
It's like I've had my head under a rock. Like,
Oh, I remember. Again, it's just someone who I've never really watched their stuff because they look like a bullshit merchant. So all the stuff I've
yeah,
heard. Well, he's been around for fucking Radical
sounds
Rick's
like
been
for
doing
fucking
this
ever.
donkey's years.
Yeah. Yeah, oh no, I meant that Gerard dude. It's like I don't know where the fuck that all come from, but it's like, yeah,
Well, he's always been around. I mean, I know Darius has talked about him for a long time and stuff. So he was. I vaguely knew of his stuff through that, but I never really watched his stuff because he was. I've seen like excerpts when people have been reacting. I think Darius might have done reactions to his stuff before. You know, like when he's
yeah,
played. Yeah, I think so. A long time ago.
fair enough. Yeah,
A while ago, yeah. Maybe it was pre-Amico, maybe not. I'm not sure, but he did. Maybe not. Maybe it was during the time. But yeah, he's always been on the radar. People have been taking the piss out of him and stuff like that.
well, there you go.
Being an
Always,
eBay in general.
I was gonna say some of these is probably just Albo fucking hyping up some of his old drama.
Yeah, it just came out of nowhere, this, didn't it? I didn't even know about it until maybe 2 days after it happened. And I was like, oh, that's interesting and good. I'm interested to see how Slotham's covering it because obviously he changed up everyone who was anti-e-begging into looking at it slightly differently. And so now he might look at it slightly differently himself after seeing what it can end up like with these people.
Yeah, well, I don't watch much of his videos no more.
Who, Slotham's?
Yeah, I used to watch pretty much all of them up
Yeah,
until like maybe a couple of weeks before I did get banned. Like I wasn't watching all of them.
yeah.
So you might watch the first couple of minutes and then just go, okay, like a lot of the times they were putting me back to sleep. Like not in a bad way. It's just that I'd wake like they were sort of in the morning. So it's like I'd
Yeah.
wake up and it's like, oh, new video 20 minutes ago. Oh, cool. Click.
Yeah,
And then
go back.
like 2 minutes later I've like dozed off to sleep, fucking phone's under me neck, like
Yeah, I know it well. For the other side for me, because he does it just before I go to bed, like 8, 9 o'clock, my early night nap, my 4-hour, and then
he's
I'll
like
pass.
just dozing off as it comes through.
Yeah, watch the whole thing, but then because it's the other side of the night, so I can stay up, but not remembering much about it when I wake up at all.
So you're probably half the views.
But likely, yeah. All 3K of them. No, it looks like he's done quite a bit on it, and maybe I will go back to watching some of Rick because he deserves it. I was like, yeah, man, he's gone on about this guy before, and you know, he kept going, and He deserves the win on this one.
Yeah, like I said, I really can't remember that much of. I can't even. I thought he used to sound like a Texas sort of dude.
Who's this?
This Rick you guys keep all
Rick.
talking. It's like I can't even remember his videos no more.
He sounded like, to me, when I first started listening to him, he sounded like a sports commentator. Like he had
He's
that
like talked
smooth
real
radio,
fast, eh?
yeah, just a smooth radio voice, and I was like, oh, this is cool, and the topics were great. So I was like, it was gold. I thought I'd struck gold when I found Rick. I was just like, yes. And then I found that the comments were like they were, and that's where Rick's legacy is, and that's why I give Rick respect, because if it wasn't for Rick, this whole corner wouldn't be happening like it is, in my opinion. He's
Yeah, yeah, fair enough.
the mother troll, because he put the investment, and the whole thing was about the comments being the thing.
Yeah. Well, see, if anything, I was probably just watching bunches of video, and then like you just sort of keep clicking Amico. Like it was more Amico stuff, and then but I'd watch Pat's, and then you'd see someone in the comments, and it's like, oh, that's right, I remember that guy. And then you click on that, and it's like go to channel, and it's like, oh fuck, they make videos. Like, oh okay.
Yeah.
And but you'd see what they've said in the comment, and it's like, yeah, like fucking I get more of that, like say more of that shit to them. Like, and it's like, oh yeah, like they're kind of commenting how I kind of would, and then you'd see they're making videos, and it's like, oh shit, like what's this like fucking going on about? Like,
Yeah.
and then some of them you'd click, and it's like, shit, it was like maybe it might have been like Darius or someone like that, and it's like you look, it's like shit, they got like a couple of 100 videos going on here, like fucking let's have a bit of a squeeze, like.
Yeah. It took me a while to go over to Darius though, because I was still like in a loyalty phase from my last incarnation in a previous
Well,
group.
that's what I meant. I was still butterflying probably around all sorts of crazy channels.
Yeah.
But what really, like, why I really did stick a little bit with Darius, like, I didn't ever think funny or anything like that or super hot rants. I sort of felt sorry for the dude, like, because he was always going, like, fuck snakes, fuck this, like, all these names. But I'd seen some of those channels and stuff, you know what I mean, like from around.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, like hang on, like that channel is a fucking idiot. Like, what did they
Yeah.
say? Like, and then you go and have a look, and it's like, oh fuck, like, oh shit,
Yeah.
I remember that channel doing this like about 3 years
For me,
ago.
my first thing, I think the first video the one that I really remember anyway of Darius, as he was going in on Smash JT big time at that time. I can't remember what it was, like one of the early ones, pre Amico, and I remember just being like, yes, this is funny. Like,
yeah, he fucking sucks. Like, give him some. But no, it was some like more that he seemed to be copping it. So like, yeah, like might catch some of his video and like he'd be kind of just like cutting sick about fucking fish lips and fucking the usual 3 people, which he ended up doing for the next fucking 2 years.
yeah.
But it's like, hang on, like go and have a look at their channel, and like you would see some of the nasty shit, and it was like, yeah, like I don't think he's been as nasty as what they've been nasty.
Yeah.
So, mate, like this retaliation is a little bit kind of justified, like, you know, play on kind of thing. Like,
yeah, I was just like suspended my disbelief and was like, this is Beavis and Butthead TV. This is grown men crying about and arguing about who's better at Street Fighter at the age of 40 odd and who's got a
but
car.
then I would see more of the nasty shit on the other ones. Like, you'd go on to say one of fucking Fish Lips' videos, and it'd be like him talking about giving his sister a fucking cream pie and shit. And like then making up a song about that. And it's like, oh, you're like, yeah, like
Buddhism and stuff. Like,
I don't see how it's funny, but it's just also you being a bit of a cunt. Like,
yeah,
you know, yeah, fair enough. And then, but I would never see Darius have gone to say that extent. You know, oh, he didn't take much to fucking dox his mum and shit, but It was never as like
Everyone
just
had their own life,
nasty,
didn't
just
they?
yeah. And that's why I was like hanging around and fucking. I'll go fucking
Interested to
sling
see
a
how
few one.
changed, because everyone was like, there were certain people who were so opinionated and so very like stringent in their standards and enforcing their standards on other people, that I was like really interested to see how they went when these factors that anyone like me or you or anyone with half a brain can see out in the distance with the jungle drums, and this person's going to come and influence, this person's going to do this, and then like, okay, so now what do you say? And
Well, looking back, I don't even know, like, because this isn't. This is the set. Like, I did delete my other Red Bull channel when I took
right,
all those. When I did take all those videos down with that Kate Bush shit, I actually
oh, is that what
completely
you did?
deleted the channel,
Oh right, shit.
which like all the comments like, and that was like a
Was that like
2000 and
accidental, or was that just like fuck it and one
no, just
day?
a fuck it. Like I was
Uh,
off. Yeah, I needed to get off of YouTube because everything
yeah,
was
just
just
have a break.
gonna. Well, no, it was more for work. It was like I can't have everything linking up. Delete, and plus
Hmm.
this guy just copy struck me. Fuck it,
Yeah, yeah, fair dues.
and yeah, but it was like so many comments got deleted. Like I didn't click that happened.
Mm.
Like so many comments just got deleted. Like it was a 2008 account. Like
Yeah, I nearly
and
privated my account at some point out of just, I woke up one day and I had like a mare. It was probably me freaking out about Carl or something, and I was just like, "That's it, I'm going to privatize it." And then he was like, "No, think about it, because when you do that, if you privatize the whole thing, it doesn't store the comments or something. So you're like, it's pretty much the same as deleting your channel."
yeah,
So
well,
I
yeah,
and then
but then see also too, like like a lot of channels I'm banned on, but you don't really like. There's a way that they shadow ban you where you're still typing in the chat,
I hate that. Fucking
and
Dragon
then
Lord Frodo did that to me, bastard.
like what you do, you just close the stream, reopen it, and everything you've typed doesn't. It's not
Yeah,
there.
yeah. Go in as a different account and you can just see then if you
Yeah,
can.
but it's like I don't know how many comments I was because I didn't even know about the shadow realm for fucking ages.
Yeah,
And
I
then
was
I'm
in
like sitting there in a
Albert.
stream, and I'm just like on fire. And I'm
You
like,
were in the
what?
that's how I met you. You were already in the Shadow Realm. I was started going around to Evils more, and you just like, I think occasionally turned up as someone who was there but not there, and that's how I knew you for ages. And then I think I saw you somewhere else, and we talked about Viz, I think, and that's how we got chatting.
Just
I
like
think.
Shang Tsung just hanging around the Nether realm. No,
Yeah,
actually, if I remember rightly, you got me unblocked from Evils, which was the start of getting unblocked at a bunch of channels.
yeah.
Not that long ago.
Yeah, because I'd seen you somewhere else when we got talking, and then you might have mentioned about that. That's probably when I saw you somewhere else, because I remember hearing about you and never seeing you because you were in the Shadow Realms.
Yeah, hard. But
Yeah, it's horrible.
that's what, man. I didn't even realize for the longest. It was just, and it was like one day I'm just sitting there, like, and I knew I was on fire, and I'm like, fucking no one's like, I'm not getting no fucking responses. Like, how is no one like? What have I done? Like, surely I've kind of pissed off this whole chat, like, in the street, like the panel, like, no one's laughing at none of these jokes. And then I left and came back, and nothing was typed. I'm just like,
Yeah.
oh, okay, oh, that's a thing. Oh, okay, fuck, like,
That was around the time when they were banning people like for jokes and stuff, because Albert was there. There was like a conflict of interest around that time, I think, even though they were trying to sort of have a joke and a laugh with it. It kind of didn't gel properly. It was funny. I thought it was still funny. It still was funny, but the focus was like diverted because there was Albert there doing his shit, and then Evil was being defensive with his shit during that time as well. It was a
well, they
bit.
also kind of made it like the big joke of like, rabbits timing everyone out, and it's just all
Yeah,
alt accounts, but it wasn't. It was like
there was a game going on there.
they
There was.
they were picking out people, and it's like just fucking ban them, and then just muck around and we just laugh about it and joke.
But it was like that
And
on
then,
the surface, but it was actually, there was something else going on there. There was some posturing going on there between Evil and Albert, I think. And I think that's what that was. I think, yes, that was happening on the surface, that joke about banning people, but there was some
well, no,
test.
Albo doesn't like hobo jokes.
Yeah, but I don't think that was even an issue then. I don't think he was even out as being a hobo in those days.
He's always been out.
Has he?
Pretty
No.
much for like.
Not when he
Well,
first started.
let's
Was it?
just say the whole time it's been like dark, like the last few years, like.
Yeah, but at Evils when he first started, he was just starting, wasn't he? He was just talking. It was like the first few streams before he then fucked off.
Well, that's what I could never figure out. It's like, dude, like, why are you your fucking name? Like, where did you fuck up? How did you fuck that up?
I mean,
Like,
if I mean, I don't even use my name anyway. But if I had something to hide, like a criminal record, I would definitely not use my name. But I mean, it might just flip round to the other side where you're like, fuck it, like, you know, I've done
see,
my
that's
time.
why I thought it was a troll, and like, it's just like a fucking.
Yeah, he's
He
actually
looks
called
real,
like
like he does look like him, and he's like actually owns that shopping center, and that's why he's there 24/7. Like,
that'd be amazing.
but yeah,
Oh,
no,
if only, and he just walks around that shop, the one that's got the rabbit dude,
yeah,
chocolate
because
rabbit.
he owns that plaza.
He
Like,
owns it, and just like on drugs all the time. Fucking fair play.
he's actually there keeping the hobos away.
Yeah, he's the guard dog. He's good at it. Yeah, it's his job.
Well, see, so you might not have always seen all the. Do you remember the one where the dude came and had a go at him for leaving bottles in the car park?
No, I don't know about. No, I didn't see that one. I saw the one where someone had to go at him when he was dressed as Carl.
Oh no! This was like it. It happened a couple of times.
No, they were leaving bottles in the car park.
Yeah,
Where
well,
that street
yeah.
lamp is. Where he goes where those street lamps are, when he's got like a few.
Nah, sorry. This was actually where he was in between, moving from the intersection to that shopping center, because he was at the dumpster, like out in the car park.
I thought the dumpster days were before the intersection, like the dumpster. Maybe that was a different dumpster.
Nah. He was at an intersection, like out on the foot, like the grass
movement,
part of
the
the footpath.
brownie emotion of Albert. It's
like he just wake up and then just go work in the intersection, like scrubbing windows and shit. But no, like the one at the dumpster, like that was there for a while, but some dude came in while he was making a video.
Dumpster was where they found the tarp from, right? And the bag is where they got the photo. Wasn't that? Or was it outside Home Depot?
Nah, that was outside of the up the footpath.
Oh, right, okay.
When he used to just walk up and down the main road. Like
there must just be like a verge or something that you could just camp in, like, you know, like a grass verge on the side. We can
just like the edge of the footpath.
Yeah.
Like that's what it was, but it was like a big wide part. Like maybe out like this has been for real. Like it maybe looked like he was maybe out the front of the housing estate.
It might just be like on the beach on the side, like on the road that goes down the side of the sea.
There's no beach. It's swamp there.
Is it just swamp?
Yeah.
I thought it was a beach. When I looked on Google Maps, someone showed me a map. It looked like
gator style swamp.
Oh, is it? Oh, all right.
Yeah, no, but honestly, it looked like he was out the front of the housing estate. Like maybe the missus had kicked him out and he's just.
Maybe it was those days when he was bragging about stealing fucking medication out of people's houses, wasn't it?
Well, that's what I mean. Like, so he gets to see the kids every day and shit. Like,
maybe.
But anyway, when he was at the dumpster, like on video, like some dudes come up and was hitting him up about the bottles in the car park.
Right.
Like, you don't remember those ones?
No, I don't remember that.
And that's where it was like, oh yeah, no, this is my cut. Like that's where all those jokes come from. He's like the dudes come up to him. He's like, oh man, like you can't keep leaving these fucking bottles in the car park. And he's like, oh yeah, no, this is my cut. Like I don't know who's leaving these bottles here. Like, they're doing it when I'm at work and shit. And the like guy's like, yeah, oh, okay, like, you know, just make fucking sure there's no bottles left here. He's like, yeah, no, definitely. I'm looking for them too.
Well, it could be. I wonder if you ever found him. But yes,
Well, no, that's because he's just sitting there drinking them in the fucking car park. There wasn't. He's got busted for leaving all his shit in the car park. But then that's what I meant.
Like at the mouth, like going, evil cream.
Well, this dude sort of sounded like he was like the security guard or like the cleaners or something.
Like he probably knows them, yeah.
Like coming around cleaning up the car park, and they're sick of the fucking bottles over on this part. Like,
but they're all right with him. Like, you know, it's all right being there just as long as he doesn't. Yeah. Well, yeah.
No, that was sort of around the time when his shit started to get taken. So
was he still friends? Was he friends with Evil at that time? Because I missed a bit when they were all like everything was fine and they were doing their streams together a bit.
Yeah, probably.
I missed a bit of that because it was kind of dominated a bit, and I was at work a lot, so I did used to see a bit of it. But yeah, I mean, Albert was doing crazy shit even at that time. And like Evil said, you know, there was crazy shit going down at that time. He was being friends with him, but he was very aware of what was going on. And I wasn't connected with Evil at that time like I am now, so I was seeing it, and so I didn't hang around too much because I was like, I didn't have any connection with, I didn't have any way of expressing that to anyone what I was seeing. And I saw Volp doing some shit. I saw Albert doing some shit. And I just thought everyone was like, eventually I just realised that everyone was focusing it all on him, on Evil, for no reason. Like, and just like we were saying at the beginning of this conversation, same shit.
Yeah. Well, honestly, when I've sort of peeled back and started to watch some of the moves get played, it was like, hang on, I've just watched myself get kicked out. Like,
yeah,
fuck you, like, I better say something. And then, like, I was literally shut over it, like it was a little bit too late. But I'd seen it kind of happen. It's like, okay, like just playing games, and it's like, whatever. Like, I never thought you could get banned from Drama Channel.
Maybe it was, under those circumstances, everything was all over the place and there was a conflict of interest. And I think because you were just a neutral person, they couldn't, like, there was nowhere to put you. So they put you in the shadow. You know what I mean? But then I turned up. But, like, what? It was, like, probably at Tony's where I might have got to chat to you. I'm trying to think. Where you wouldn't have been banned. Where I would have seen you. Maybe at Darius.
I don't know. I was going to say, were you ever that Amico Again channel?
Oh, Amico Again. I wasn't that person, but I know who it is.
Okay.
I don't know, is it common knowledge? I can put it in the chat for you if you want to know. No,
it's all good.
Yeah.
No, I was only just wondering. I only just thought of it off the top of my head.
I'll see if I can work out how to put the chat on, and I'll let you know. How do I do it?
But other than that, may have been Dean's. Because Dean was probably one of the first ones to start unblocking.
Or D Reeds, yeah, it could have been either of those guys.
Maybe, because
Yeah, it could have been. Yeah, it probably was Dean's.
Pretty much once Dean's numbers started to dry up, I got unblocked.
Yeah, I think it probably was Dean's. Yeah, when I still went over there. Yeah, god damn.
Yeah, you're probably floating around throwing shit at Dean.
Well, no, I was all right with Dean for ages, and he started on me, and I was like, that's it, mate, kid gloves are off. And I said to him, I was like, I'm going full fat at you. And if he'd have responded then properly, then it would have been all right. But then I had to hold him to that. So I'm like, that's why I'm never going to give up on Dean, because I swore to him when I first went at him, I messaged him and I said, I'm going full fat at you, mate. And so I'm never, ever going to back down, because he never responded to that because he's a weak coward. And so therefore, I am going to go full fat at him.
See, I think I forgot to tell him way back when I first started throwing shit at him that Really, I just thought because he was like a big bad wrestler and was cutting all these fucking rants all the time
I
that
should have taken it a
he could
bit.
handle it all coming back. Like,
Exactly. That was it.
and it
Exactly.
was just like, I don't need to explain it. Like, I'm just gonna cut stick on your chat, cunt. Like,
I
cop
totally
this.
expected that return, and I didn't get it at all. And he was just clutching his pearls and being a mardy ass. That was the thing. And it's like his responses. He then never responded to me catching him being sideways with me, and if he'd have done that, then it would have all been different. But
Well, see, I don't think I was ever sort of sideways, and I was pretty upfront from like way back. Like, I've said it in videos, like where as soon as the first time it was like we're sitting here talking about something on, it was probably a Darius or an Evil stream. The next minute, Dean bounces in talking about fucking what happened in AEW last night. And it's like, what the fuck is AEW? Oh, the wrestling. Oh, what the? Like, dude,
yeah,
like, you've just been, and then you look and he's just finished a stream that was 4 hours long.
yeah.
And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, fuck off. Like,
Yeah, a total parasite, and this is me still doing that. Yeah, that's basically it. I'm
but
still white selling
yeah,
because
but then looking back, I was really only saying it in a chat room or in a chat stream where there's like 6 people.
exactly. Yeah, exactly. There's
uh,
no one cares. So but I mean, once you accept that no one cares, that's fine. Because I mean, I've just used it as, like I said before many times, it's just my creative focus. I can just use him to poke fun at, and I get to learn all the different. Because I used to do like little cartoons and shit like back in the day, and I did it a bit when I was working with some kids, like maybe in the sort of mid 2000s or something. But like any of the more modern stuff and stuff, like I just had to learn it all from scratch. But I knew all like the techniques and kind of some of the ideas, but I just didn't know how to do it on any of the modern stuff. So that's been a great thing to focus on, to learn all the little things that I needed to learn.
yeah. Yeah. See, I really wanted to learn OBS, like, so you can stream and like show all your shit on the computer. And
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
like you make the videos and then it's just like you're bringing it up and it's like, boom, there, right, go on. And then like next, and you bring up the next little bit of video. And but fuck, it takes you a while to get it all sorted. Like, you know,
Yeah.
you've got to have it all kind of ready before you get in there. And because you once you start flipping around in OBS, like next minute you're showing your desktop and fucking all sorts of shit's broken loose. And
Yeah, you'd have to have it like, I don't know, like siphoned off into a separate. Just
yeah, and kind of ready to go, like in a playlist, and you just have it all ready to go. Like, but
yeah,
it's the same as in StreamYard. Like here, like you can bring in music and videos. You've just got to have it on your phone and like download it into your gallery. Like,
mm,
and then yeah, like where I
that.
click on those intro songs, you can just add whatever song. Like,
I've never got any space on my phone. It's full of photos all the time. It's full of crap.
oh, I've never got anything on my phone actually.
That's why whenever I'm doing rants and stuff, I have to like break it off halfway through because my phone will just stop off mid rant and I'll be like, and then I have to like go back and do it.
That
Right.
was when, yeah, I know that bit. Like, I think mine got down to like 8-minute videos
Yeah.
or like 11 minutes, and then
Yeah.
it's like cut, and it's like, oh fucking hell, like.
And you have to
But then
upload,
I bought a
delete.
new phone, and it's like went to like 3 hours.
Yeah.
It's
Instead of
like,
just
oh
video, it takes like an hour because you have to upload it, then you have to delete it, then you've got space to do the last of it to finish it off, and then send that off as well, and then have to put it all together then. So stupid.
yeah, yeah. So yeah, internet shit. Sometimes those processing would take fucking ages. On
Yeah,
long video,
I'm
yeah,
usually on,
on
I think because of my time zone, I think because I miss out on a lot of the sort of other traffic, it's like generally pretty good for uploading and stuff.
oh, maybe it's because they're shorter videos too.
That one that I did, the signal, it's all about the signal though, isn't it? That one that I did with the blue 10 when I did groom, that one.
Yeah.
It took like an hour to upload. I'm not even joking. It took
Oh,
ages
serious.
in that area. So it was just like left it on top of the tent while I went in the tent and just let it do its thing. It was on like 1% uploading for ages. It's crazy.
But the one I always liked was the it was Rabbit and fuck it was like the little butter skit song. Butters skits butters, and I think you yacked up and you took it down. It wasn't there for very long.
Which one was it? I don't know.
It was like him and someone else talking over like a little UK rapper.
Oh yeah, no, that should still be. Is that still there? Oh, I'll have to put it back up. I'll put it on the community
We're
tab.
talking about the butter skits. But he fucking didn't like that, like arced up hard.
Oh, they didn't like it, did they? No, they didn't like it at all. They said I was stealing clips when they started with the clip stealing. It's like, yeah, that's what I do. That's my art. They
He's
say
like,
you're not
nah,
an
that's
artist.
just you've gone over the line with that one. Like,
I am an artist, and I steal clips. That's the art I do. Deal with it. Like,
yeah, no, I thought that was kick ass. That one, like,
yeah. When I heard that song, I think it was Sketty Bitches or something, and I was just like, I'd not heard it before, and it's really apparently it's got loads of like views and stuff. But I just thought it just sounded just like them when they were just moaning about me because I was a woman at that time. It's fucking ridiculous.
yeah, he's a fucking weirdo, that dude. I don't know.
There is a second song that Sketty Bitches, but it's not as good, so I didn't bother doing it.
What's the other? That Buttocks dude likes that Brimful of Asher one.
Does he? Well, I've got that one.
He always plays that.
No, he does the. Oh, that's Ricardo who likes Brimful of Asher, or it was. And then Buttocks likes Hello Good Times, but that's his song. I took that from him.
He played the Brimful of Asher bit.
Oh, maybe he did. I'm not sure. He might have done 7 hours at the beginning. I wouldn't have seen it.
Yeah, maybe I'm thinking of fucking Ricardo.
Ricardo loves the remix version of Brimful because I've done like 3 or 4 versions of that now.
There you go. I do watch some of your videos, I swear.
It's fine. I just do them they're like 10 seconds long, and like I say, they take not very long, especially these little ones. They don't take very long at all, but it's just like finishing them off. I'm just shit at finishing them all off.
I was gonna say, there's like, I get tricked sometimes. It's like you see a short one, and you think like, oh yeah, like surely that's just like a quick little rant, and it's like, and it's not. It's like one of those repetitive videos. But then like you'll click on like a 10-minute or an 8-minute one, and like they weren't rants either. They were like big, long, repetitive videos. And it's like, yeah. What the fuck have I clicked on? Like, where's the talking? Like, where's the vid? Like,
I did the one with Buttocks doing I love that video. I loved making it. The one with the old man doing his advice. That was like that was probably like a 10-minute video or something. It's just some old guy just took it off YouTube and stuck Buttocks' face on it.
Well, then, the other one where you had the DJ, and it's like, it's like it's building up, and he's like, he's sort of hovering over the decks, and it's like you even start to see him for longer, and then it's like it's just about to build into this big drop, and then it's like, oh fuck, there's only 2 seconds left, like,
yeah,
video over, and there's like,
I do that.
The beat was just getting epic, like.
That was my art was in finding that specific. I'm glad you noticed it because like I found the specific part at which that letdown would be so like exquisite. So that's why I did it.
Oh, that would have been a sick drop, like.
Yeah, they were. It's beautiful. It's alright. But the whole mix is on there. I think I might have linked the video. The whole mix is on there. It's like an hour and a half or something. That guy, it's fucking awesome.
Yeah. I really can't watch any more DJ mixes. Like I watched so many through COVID. Like Yeah.
Oh, you're gonna love it because the next one of the next ones it's a throwback to that. The fucking shrimp emoji that's coming on, the shrimp emoji. That's on like one of the next ones. The next
Yeah,
advent calendar.
that's the ones. Yeah.
Yeah, that's coming back
Shrimp,
up.
shrimp, and then it keeps cutting back to the DJ, and it's like it just gets faster and faster. And
Yeah. Yeah, he's good, that guy. I did listen to, like, I don't know if I listened to the whole, I think I did listen to the whole video of that guy's set when I did that, because I couldn't turn it off because I had to listen to it all the way through. But that's why I was like, enjoyed stopping it at that moment and finding the
who
right.
is it?
He's called D. Ron or something. He's just
Oh
some
fuck!
French DJ.
I'm never gonna remember that.
No, but I'll repost the thing and I'll see if I can make sure that he's up on the description. I think he should be on there.
Yeah, don't tag him because you might get your shit taken down.
I don't think so. I think I might have even messaged him and said, like, I've used your song. Sometimes I do with certain people. If they're like, I don't think I had a very active account or something. I think I did actually put a comment and said, I will use your song in my video if you want to see it. If they're interesting people, I sometimes do that. But then don't often get any takers. I did that to the person who made the shrimp emoji thing. I was like, I've used this a few times. If you want to see.
Yeah, I did to one of those videos writing off Dean. Asked the dude if I could just re-up his old video. And like, yeah, actually comment. It was like a 4-year-old video. Like, there was no comments for years.
Yeah.
And I commented on his video, and he like literally within a couple of days, like there was a reply like, "Yeah, fucking sweet, go for it, bro." Like,
Right, good.
it was
Yeah.
so random. Like, yeah, I was just gonna like message him and then just use the fucking thing anyway. Like,
Yeah. So what's that then? Is that the stuff that's up there at the moment? I saw that there's some old Dean stuff. Is he putting some old Dean stuff up?
no. This was on another dude's channel
Oh right, okay.
where he's oh fuck, what had happened? Might have been after that 4 million video.
Right, okay.
And actually, and that's when I started on Dean, because it was like when you read like this dude puts in the video is like the message logs and the DMs and stuff of him having an argument with Dean, and this is like fucking
Cool.
5 or 6 years ago.
Oh, I want
And
to
it's
see
like, and then I'm looking at it and I'm like, fuck, that's it. He said the same shit to me. Like, you wait till you get a 4.3 million video, and it's like this dude's having the same argument. But that's when you look at the date of the video, and it's like, yeah, fucking years old. And in the
Exactly.
comments, like, nobody's commented for years.
He's been
And it's
doing this
like,
for years, and it's like we've managed to fend him off a little bit, like, but it'd be a wasteland. It'd be a wasteland by now if we'd have just let him fucking do his shit.
it'd just be Dean TV, Dean YouTube, and whoever he's cool with. Like,
Dean Reed TV. The Dean Reed brothers. Fucking hell.
Dean Reed Menendez.
Dean Reed Menendez. Okay.
Oh, fuck, we need like.
Louis Dean Reed Menendez.
Look, finally, when you need a Dacian to be able to come up with a fucking funny name. Yous have got me
I'll
saying
never
that.
remember it.
Yous have got me saying that dude's name. Literally in my head, I don't say the like Dushan or like I call him Nuben.
Like a door.
Like yeah, but I don't say it from the D. Like even in my head when I'm typing to him, I'm like, it's Nuben.
Nuben. I always
But
knew
the way I say, like, to me, it looks like, yeah, it doesn't matter what he says. 'Cause I think he's full of shit. But it looks like he's playing on the word douche, like douchebag.
I've no idea what that is. Whether that's what sort of a name that is. If that's, I doubt it's his real name. But what the fuck is it?
Oh, I doubt it is.
Dushin. I asked him
like
how to pronounce.
like douching noobs.
Mm.
But yeah, I don't know. Like it is also a name.
Yeah.
So you never know. Like he could be a fucking Albert Menendez.
Yeah, that's it. But the new being like a different name, sort of thing. But like his actual name's Doshin.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
that's what I
could be
kind.
possible.
Yeah, that's what I kind of maybe. But then with all the alts, I just don't know. You just don't know with him.
But I do know, dude. I know. I work with dudes named that.
I've never met a Doshin before. He's the only
Yeah,
Doshin I know.
I have. Yeah, I have.
That must be an Australian thing.
No, no, it's not. It's random as fuck.
Really?
Like, yeah.
That's mad. I've
It's
never.
like Klingon or something. Like,
I've never asked him actually where it comes from. He'll just be like, just invented it.
well, that's what I meant. I always thought it was just a play on douche. But yeah,
No,
no, like
just
it is
that.
a proper. That could be a name. Like it's a name
Yeah,
like Steve or Henry or.
and he does douche himself, doesn't he? He does that. He doesn't need. It seems an extra layer to go to if it is a play on douche to then over highlight the douche aspect of it. Do you know what I mean? That's what kind of makes me think
Yeah,
it's not intentional.
maybe. I don't
Mm,
know.
very strange. Right, well, I'm going to go now because I'm going to do these fucking things before I forget what I'm
All
doing.
good. Cheers for the chat.
Yeah, cheers to you too, and thank you for having me, and thank you for putting the stream on. It's cool.
No worries.
Next
Oh
time I'll
shit, we
post it.
literally should have ended this a minute ago, and it would have been 4:20.
Oh, fuck.
We
Damn,
fucked
edit
that
it.
right up.
Can you edit it back?
Yeah, we can just chop a minute off.
Yeah, chop a minute off.
Maybe.
Right then.
All right. Anyway, all right. Talk to you later.
See you later, good day. Have a good
All right.
day.
Bye.
Bye.